to the Minister of Telecommunications. They provide guidance on formulating national policy on telecommunications with the objective of ensuring that the telecommunications and broadcasting services are delivered efficiently and in compliance with regulations and legislation. The NTRC is also responsible for making sure that providers meet the highest possible technical standards so that your phone or internet service is reliable. It also ensures that your favorite radio station broadcasts within the stipulated frequencies. Another major responsibility of the NTRC is the regulation of prices for telecommunications services. At instances where the market is regulated, prices cannot be set by providers without the approval of the Commission. Section 44 of the Telecommunications Act establishes a fund to be known as the Universal Service Fund, or USF. The USF shall be managed by the Commission and shall be for the promotion of universal service to telecommunications and ICT networks and/or services. Universal service includes the provision of public voice telephony, internet access, telecommunications services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, and the disabled and physically challenged. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. Need help resolving a dispute with your telecommunications service provider? Contact the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC. You must first try resolving the issue directly with the provider. If after 30 days you are unsuccessful, request the NTRC's assistance by completing the appropriate forms. NTRC will only be able to assist if both parties made a good faith effort to resolve the dispute. For more information, call 458-2035 or visit www.ntrc.lc. Persons or organizations interested in offering telecommunication services to the general public must obtain the appropriate licenses. All license applications must go through the NTRC. There are different classes of licenses depending on what services are to be offered. There are 4 license categories: individual licenses, class licenses, frequency authorization, and special licenses. The individual license is for organizations that lay infrastructure and networks to provide an efficient service to the public. Some examples are the operations run by phone companies, internet service providers, radio paging services, and submarine cables. Applications for these services are evaluated by ECTEL. Class licenses are given to operators of amateur radio and radio communication services used by ships and aircraft. Generally, a frequency authorization is required for all uses of spectrum. Persons or organizations interested in offering telecommunication services to the general public must obtain the appropriate licenses. All license applications must go through the NTRC. There are different classes of licenses depending on what services are to be offered. There are 4 license categories: individual licenses, class licenses, frequency authorization, and special licenses. The individual license is for organizations that lay infrastructure and networks to provide an efficient service to the public. Some examples are the operations run by phone companies, internet service providers, radio paging services, and submarine cables. Applications for these services are evaluated by ECTEL. Class licenses are given to operators of amateur radio and radio communication services used by ships and aircraft. Generally, a frequency authorization is required for all uses of spectrum. For instance, the assignment for this spectrum allows for the establishment of television and radio stations. Special licenses are granted on a short-term basis for emergencies but for a period not exceeding 10 days and are not renewable. So those special licenses are issued to persons who, for example, need to respond to national disasters. Persons importing telecommunications equipment will be required to obtain the requisite license and complete the telecommunications inspection form for customs purposes and obtain approval for release from the Commission and Customs Department if necessary. Persons who wish to provide maintenance, repair services, install office or home networks, or any related installation at customer premises must register with the Commission. This includes the installation of fax machines, PBXs, or telephone sets. The Act states that, quote, a person shall not install, sell for use, or use any item of equipment in St. Lucia unless the Commission grants a certificate of type approval in respect to that equipment, unquote. Application forms for any of the above licenses can be found on the NTRC website. It is essential that persons who wish to offer telecommunication services to the general public or for private purposes seek guidance and the appropriate license from the NTRC. Failure to do so could lead to penalties outlined in the Communications Act. So it is wise, if you are thinking of providing telecommunication services, to get familiar with the Act. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. You may not know it, but telecommunications is a significant part of your everyday life. It involves a range of telecommunications issues, licenses, regulations, legislation, and expertise. Telecommunications impacts directly on the national economy. Something as simple as handheld radios used in various applications need frequency authorization. And even wireless microphones use frequencies that have to be managed. The cell phone number that you use was authorized by the NTRC through a numbering plan. So a set of numbers are assigned to each service provider and to each island. This is where the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission (NTRC) comes in. The NTRC forms part of the regulatory machinery in which ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, provides policy direction and acts in the capacity of a technical repository. The NTRC is appointed by the Minister of Telecommunications. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. The NTRC commissioners are effectively advisors to the Minister of Telecommunications. They provide guidance on formulating national policy on telecommunications with the objective of ensuring that the telecommunications and broadcasting services are delivered efficiently and in compliance with regulations and legislation. The NTRC is also responsible for making sure that providers meet the highest possible technical standards so that your phone or internet service is reliable. It also ensures that your favorite radio station broadcasts within the stipulated frequencies. Another major responsibility of the NTRC is the regulation of prices for telecommunications services. At instances where the market is regulated, prices cannot be set by providers without the approval of the Commission. Section 44 of the Telecommunications Act establishes a fund to be known as the Universal Service Fund, or USF. The USF shall be managed by the Commission and shall be for the promotion of universal service to telecommunications and ICT networks and/or services. Universal service includes the provision of public voice telephony, internet access, telecommunications services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, and the disabled and physically challenged. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. Need help resolving a dispute with your telecommunications service provider? Contact the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC. You must first try resolving the issue directly with the provider. If after 30 days you are unsuccessful, request the NTRC's assistance by completing the appropriate forms. NTRC will only be able to assist if both parties made a good faith effort to resolve the dispute. For more information, call 458-2035 or visit www.ntrc.lc. Persons or organizations interested in offering telecommunication services to the general public must obtain the appropriate licenses. All license applications must go through the NTRC. There are different classes of licenses depending on what services are to be offered. There are 4 license categories: individual licenses, class licenses, frequency authorization, and special licenses. The individual license is for organizations that lay infrastructure and networks to provide an efficient service to the public. Some examples are the operations run by phone companies, internet service providers, radio paging services, and submarine cables. Applications for these services are evaluated by ECTEL. Class licenses are given to operators of amateur radio and radio communication services used by ships and aircraft. Generally, a frequency authorization is required for all uses of spectrum. For instance, the assignment for this spectrum allows for the establishment of television and radio stations. Special licenses are granted on a short-term basis for emergencies, but for a period not exceeding 10 days and are not renewable. So those special licenses are issued to persons who, for example, need to respond to national disasters. Persons importing telecommunications equipment will be required to obtain the requisite license and complete the telecommunications inspection form for customs purposes and obtain approval for release from the Commission and Customs Department if necessary. Persons who wish to provide maintenance, repair services, install office or home networks, or any related installation at customer premises must register with the Commission. This includes the installation of fax machines, PBXs, or telephone sets. The Act states that, quote, a person shall not install, sell for use, or use any item of equipment in St. Lucia unless the Commission grants a certificate of type approval in respect to that equipment, unquote. Application forms for any of the above licenses can be found on the NTRC website. It is essential that persons who wish to offer telecommunication services to the general public or for private purposes seek guidance and the appropriate license from the NTRC. Failure to do so could lead to penalties outlined in the Communications Act. So it is wise, if you are thinking of providing telecommunication services, to get familiar with the Act. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.
Thank you so much for your patience. We're actually just awaiting a few more persons, but in the interim, feel free to help yourself to some refreshments in the, well, this would be to my right. You can exit through here. There's a little kitchenette area over there. Feel free to help yourself to some refreshments. And again, thank you so much for your patience, and we apologize for the late start. Thank you.
You may not know it, but telecommunications is a significant part of your everyday life. It involves a range of telecommunications issues, licenses, regulations, legislation, and expertise. Telecommunications impacts directly on the national economy. Something as simple as handheld radios used in various applications need frequency authorization. And even wireless microphones use frequencies that have to be managed. The cell phone number that you use was authorized by the NTRC through a numbering plan. So a set of numbers are assigned to each service provider and to each island. This is where the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission (NTRC) comes in. The NTRC forms part of the regulatory machinery in which ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, provides policy direction and acts in the capacity of a technical repository. The NTRC is appointed by the Minister of Telecommunications. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. The NTRC commissioners are effectively advisors to the Minister of Telecommunications. They provide guidance on formulating national policy on telecommunications with the objective of ensuring that the telecommunications and broadcasting services are delivered efficiently and in compliance with regulations and legislation. The NTRC is also responsible for making sure that providers meet the highest possible technical standards so that your phone or internet service is reliable. It also ensures that your favorite radio station broadcasts within the stipulated frequencies. Another major responsibility of the NTRC is the regulation of prices for telecommunications services. At instances where the market is regulated, prices cannot be set by providers without the approval of the Commission. Section 44 of the Telecommunications Act establishes a fund to be known as the Universal Service Fund, or USF. The USF shall be managed by the Commission and shall be for the promotion of universal service to telecommunications and ICT networks and/or services. Universal service includes the provision of public voice telephony, internet access, telecommunications services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, and the disabled and physically challenged. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.
Going through? And if I go back, is it going back? All right. That's the front? Okay.
may not know it, but telecommunications is a significant part of your everyday life. It involves a range of telecommunications issues, licenses, regulations, legislation, and expertise. Telecommunications impacts directly on the national economy. Something as simple as handheld radios used in various applications need frequency authorization. And even wireless microphones use frequencies that have to be managed. The cell phone number that you use was authorized by the NTRC through a numbering plan. So a set of numbers are assigned to each service provider and to each island. This is where the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission (NTRC) comes in. The NTRC forms part of the regulatory machinery in which ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, provides policy direction and acts in the capacity of a technical repository. The NTRC is appointed by the Minister of Telecommunications. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. The NTRC commissioners are effectively advisors to the Minister of Telecommunications. They provide guidance on formulating national policy on telecommunications with the objective of ensuring that the telecommunications and broadcasting services are delivered efficiently and in compliance with regulations and legislation. The NTRC is also responsible for making sure that providers meet the highest possible technical standards so that your phone or internet service is reliable. It also ensures that your favorite radio station broadcasts within the stipulated frequencies. Another major responsibility of the NTRC is the regulation of prices for telecommunications services. At instances where the market is regulated, prices cannot be set by providers without the approval of the Commission. Section 44 of the Telecommunications Act establishes a fund to be known as the Universal Service Fund, or USF. The USF shall be managed by the Commission and shall be for the promotion of universal service to telecommunications and ICT networks and/or services. Universal service includes the provision of public voice telephony, internet access, telecommunications services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, and the disabled and physically challenged. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. Need help resolving a dispute with your telecommunications service provider? Contact the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC. You must first try resolving the issue directly with the provider. If after 30 days you are unsuccessful, request the NTRC's assistance by completing the appropriate forms. NTRC will only be able to assist if both parties made a good faith effort to resolve the dispute. For more information, call 458-2035 or visit www.ntrc.lc. Persons or organizations interested in offering telecommunication services to the general public must obtain the appropriate licenses. All license applications must go through the NTRC. There are different classes of licenses depending on what services are to be offered. There are 4 license categories: individual licenses, class licenses, frequency authorization, and special licenses. The individual license is for organizations that lay infrastructure and networks to provide an efficient service to the public. Some examples are the operations run by phone companies, internet service providers, radio paging services, and submarine cables. Applications for these services are evaluated by ECTEL. Class licenses are given to operators of amateur radio and radio communication services used by ships and aircraft. Generally, a frequency authorization is required for all uses of spectrum. For instance, the assignment for this spectrum allows for the establishment of television and radio stations. Special licenses are granted on a short-term basis for emergencies but for a period not exceeding 10 days and are not renewable. So those special licenses are issued to persons who, for example, need to respond to national disasters. Persons importing telecommunications equipment will be required to obtain the requisite license and complete the telecommunications inspection form for customs purposes and obtain approval for release from the Commission and Customs Department if necessary. Persons who wish to provide maintenance, repair services, install office or home networks, or any related installation at customer premises must register with the Commission. This includes the installation of fax machines, PBXs, or telephone sets. The Act states that, quote, a person shall not install, sell for use, or use any item of equipment in St. Lucia unless the Commission grants a certificate of type approval in respect to that equipment, unquote. Application forms for any of the above licenses can be found on the NTRC website. It is essential that persons who wish to offer telecommunication services to the general public or for private purposes seek guidance and the appropriate license from the NTRC. Failure to do so could lead to penalties outlined in the Communications Act. So it is wise, if you are thinking of providing telecommunication services, to get familiar with the Act. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.
patience. I know that the scheduled start time was 6 p.m., but we are running a little later than that. So thank you very much for bearing with us, but we are about to begin. Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry for Telecommunications, Ms. Lanita Joseph. Acting Managing Director at ECTEL, Ms. Cheryl Hector Fontenelle. We also have with us the Acting Director from the Consumer Affairs Department and also the Complaints and Investigations Officer, Ms. Wendy Frederick and Mr. Stephen Edmond. Representatives of the National Consumers Association with us tonight. We have Ms. Tekla Fitz-Lewis. We also have representatives from telecommunications company Digicel, and they are Mr. Egbert Neptune, Coletta McDonald, and Mr. Shane Fannis. We also have with us representing the media, Mr. Linford Favrier of HTS and Spectra. We also have specially invited guests, of course, you ladies and gentlemen, and of course, the NTRC commissioners, management, staff, the general public. We also have an online audience with us this evening. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this public lecture. My name is Sherry Ann Williams, and with me this evening is Ms. Mindy Chico, and just in a little while, we'll tell you a little bit more about ourselves, but we will be your moderators for this evening. Thank you so much again for coming, and I want to invite you to stand with me. As we open tonight's proceedings with the Lord's Prayer, will you bow your heads, and we can say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day
our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to stay standing as we hear a rendition of the national anthem.
La
juncture, we will just have a video presentation by Miss Mary Polios, the chairperson. So if you would turn to the screens, please. Okay, so if you just bear with us for a brief moment, we're having a slight technical issue, so just bear with us, please. Okay, so whilst we wait for this to be sorted, we'll just have a very light icebreaker. So my name is Mindy Luciana Chico. I will be serving as one of your moderators this evening. And I have here with me the beautiful Sherry-Ann Williams. She is also one of your moderators for the evening. So we'll just start off by asking three persons in the audience what you had for lunch today. I will start off. I had steamed fish with callaloo. That really was not enough. I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight, but clearly I am kidding myself and I need to eat a lot more. So that's what I had for lunch today. Sherry-Ann will tell us what she had for lunch today, and then we will invite two persons to share with us what you had for lunch today.
You kind of caught me off guard.
You didn't have lunch, Sherry-Ann?
No, not yet. Not
Oh
yet.
my goodness.
Not yet.
Okay, so you'll only be having dinner.
Yes, I'll be having dinner. Maybe I'll lose a lot more weight than you.
Okay, well, it is a season for us to lose weight. I won't say why. So, can we have a member of the audience share with us what you had for lunch today? It's just something fun to break the ice.
Joanne. Oh, God.
Only a bun? Was it from which bakery? You want to say? No? Oh my goodness. I need to get the details. I have
That's
not
some
had a
free
bun in a
advertising.
very long time. Oh wow. Awesome. Okay, so I will invite, hi, excuse me, in the pink suit. It always happens. Yeah, so you need to stop looking down. That strategy does not work. Do you mind sharing with us? Woo, that sounds super healthy. Packed. Love it. Okay, and the gentleman in the blue shirt. Hi, using his phone, the blue polo. And the traders. Should I continue?
I had some steamed fish with some sauteed vegetables and water.
Okay, awesome. Way to go, my people. That's it. Let's keep it up. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, so we will not be playing the video at this time, so maybe hopefully if we're able to get it, we will move on.
Technical issue. Yes, we will. We now want to invite to the podium the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry responsible for telecommunications, Ms. Lanita Joseph, who will be giving us some brief remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually here in the stead of the Honorable Minister, who is still in Parliament, so I'm not here in my own capacity. Commissioners and staff of the Secretariat of the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, representatives of the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, representatives of the National Consumers Association, representatives of the Consumer Affairs Department, service providers, esteemed panelists, moderators. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Gregory Plant, Telecommunications Officer in the Department of Infrastructure, members of the media, other specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I wish to extend profound apologies on behalf of Senior Minister Honorable Stephenson King, who is unable to be with you this evening due to his obligations in the Parliament still in progress. However, I will do my best to extend Senior Minister's goodwill for this evening's event. We are all consumers of telecommunications and broadcasting services. We use these services for communicating with each other, for business, entertainment, education, and even personal security. However, when these services do not function correctly or efficiently, due to an interruption of service or device malfunction, it can be intensely irritating, more so when interactions with the service provider have proven unsuccessful. The necessity of safeguarding customers of telecommunication and broadcasting services has increased over time due to the rapid development in technology. Companies in this industry are constantly working towards remaining responsive to consumer demands by providing new and improved devices and services. The mandate of the Commission is to ensure standards through the regulation of telecommunications and broadcasting. The Telecommunications Act of 2000 is the legal foundation of the NTRC and outlines its broad range of functions. The liberalization of telecommunications has given consumers access to a larger variety of services and the ability to choose the service provider that best meets their needs. The NTRC is required by the Act to examine grievances and complaints from users, operators of telecommunications networks, providers of telecommunications and broadcasting services, or anyone else concerning the function of a public telecommunications network or the delivery of a telecommunications service or broadcasting service regarding rates, billing, frequency interference, and services provided in general, and to assist as required. It is acknowledged that consumers of telecommunications and broadcasting services in St. Lucia need more sensitization and awareness of their rights and responsibilities in accessing these services. The NTRC has placed a great emphasis on closing this knowledge gap through the initiation of a variety of consumer protection programs, including the dissemination of consumer information through public service announcements, and the consistent monitoring of broadband, fixed, and mobile network performance indicators at set intervals. Recommendations have been made to the Commission to have the Commission bolster all consumer-oriented efforts, such as evaluating pre-existing and new telecommunications quality of service standards, developing a quality of service framework, and promulgation of the new Electronics Communications Bill, which will replace the current Telecommunications Act of 2000 to protect users from potential violations by providers. Service providers have a vital part to play in safeguarding consumers. All companies that provide public telecommunications and/or broadcasting services should strive for international standards of network availability, providing 24/7 customer care assistance with fault clearance within the shortest possible time, ensuring customer bills are accurate, publishing regulator-approved rates in advance of them taking effect, making tariffs publicly accessible, and doing their best to avoid service interruptions and informing consumers of outages and restoration times. Consumers, for their part, must regularly access information to help them make informed decisions and to make their voices heard. All three parties, the regulator, service provider, and consumer, must work together for telecommunications and broadcasting markets to function efficiently and effectively. The regulator has the responsibility of ensuring that rules and regulations are followed, but it is also essential to partner with consumers to help providers offer excellent services. This public lecture initiative of the NTRC aims to get consumers to let their collective voices be heard by service providers. The Commission will then do its part when customers are confronted with challenges with service or equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, the voices of the people need to be heard. Despite the existence of regulatory bodies, consumer advocacy is still the best tool for engagement. Consumer advocacy groups work consistently to protect consumers from undesirable and unfair practices by service providers. Government and the NTRC have the responsibility of protecting consumers, but when consumer voices are clear, decisive, and strong, the protection efforts are better secured. Consumer support in the telecommunications and broadcasting sectors of St. Lucia should include aiding disadvantaged and differently abled members of rural communities in cases of provider default, offering assistance in resolving issues for those living in isolated areas, supplying pertinent information to grant individuals protection, and allowing stakeholders and consumers to interact on matters of common interest. The NTRC has therefore put forth an effort to promote consumer support that is based on three key concepts: engaging consumers, empowering consumers, and protecting consumers. For these efforts to be successfully achieved, consumers must be willing to invest their time and energy into this process. In this regard, the Commission has increased its public education efforts to give more power to consumers. Consumer empowerment is reliant on the knowledge, skills, and assertiveness of consumers, as well as the protection, rules, and institutions that are in place to support them. Empowered consumers are in a better position to determine the best practices and quality, and this encourages businesses to innovate and improve. Additionally, the empowered consumer knows which agency to turn to when challenges arise. Consumer protection emphasizes the importance of governments providing or maintaining adequate infrastructure for the development, implementation, and monitoring of consumer protection policies. Special attention must be given to guarantee that these measures are in the best interest of all demographics, particularly those in rural areas and lower income households. The government of St. Lucia has worked with service providers and the Commission to promote and protect the interests of the public by increasing access to telecommunication services, ensuring services are available to all residents, and promoting the interests of customers, purchasers, and other users. The NTRC's consumer protection efforts are expected to be strengthened with the passage of the Electronics Communication Bill. Once approved by Parliament and implemented, it will strengthen the Commission's role in protecting consumers. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, solemnly enshrined in the Constitution of St. Lucia are several inalienable human rights and freedoms which all citizens should take full advantage of. Your freedom of expression, freedom to choose, collectively or individually, are encouraged and protected. This evening's lecture is the beginning of an era of enlightenment. Listen, engage, learn, share. Your participation in this process will not only empower you, but will add value to the continued deliberations of the NTRC, service providers, and other stakeholders. Be assured of the continued commitment of the Department of Infrastructure, Ports and Transport to ongoing dialogue which will promote a liberalized market that will be beneficial to all parties. We look forward to the outcomes of these deliberations. Once again, on behalf of Senior Minister Honorable Stephenson King, I wish you a very productive and engaging lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. By now, many of you would have some idea of why you are here this evening. Obviously, as consumers, you would have had some interest in what is going on here this evening, and you will, sometime later on in the program, you will be able to get an opportunity to be able to engage and to share and to ask questions of our panelists. But before we get into all of this, we want to head back to the flow of the program with a presentation. Of course, this lecture here tonight is being held under the theme, Consumer Education and Empowerment, Learn What to Do. And of course, many of you as consumers, especially in this telecommunications and technological age, we depend very heavily on technology for information, for leisure, for business, and so on. And many of you may have encountered challenges, barriers, limitations when it comes to the use of technology and telecommunications services. So of course you will get an opportunity to be able to share, engage, and ask questions on this particular topic. But before we head into this, I will invite you to turn your attention to the screen so that we can get back into the opening remarks by the chairperson of the NTRC, Ms. Mary Paulius.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to have the opportunity to communicate with you as the chairperson of the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, the NTRC of St. Lucia, at this public engagement lecture under the title Meet, Greet, Speak. Although I am not with you in person, it is made possible through the power of technology. This organization, the NTRC, is responsible for regulating telecommunications service providers on the island, ensuring that they adhere to the highest standards of quality, reliability, and service to the customer, whilst also promoting innovation and competition in the industry. At the NTRC, we are committed to creating greater awareness of our work and how we can assist the public in addressing issues through processes of redress. We are also cognizant of the importance of effective communication and transparency in building trust with our stakeholders and also fostering a healthy and vibrant telecommunications sector. As the Universal Service Fund, the USF, marks its 10th anniversary, I am reminded that we are not just a telecoms regulatory body. Through the USF, the NTRC has provided essential assistance to communities around the island and to various special groups of citizens. The fund has provided equipment and related service access devices, community access points, and training workshops to help bridge the digital divide and promote digital inclusion. Just by way of information, the Office of the Universal Service Fund spent over $7.5 million during the pandemic to ensure there was continuity and access to education by children across the island. One of our most significant achievements in recent years was the Telecommunications/ICT survey, which identified digital gaps and helped guide the Universal Service Fund's work plan. This survey allowed us to better understand the needs and challenges faced by our citizens and to design programs and initiatives that address those needs effectively. Our People Connecting projects have been transformative, particularly for disadvantaged communities and groups, such as persons with disabilities, PWDs, economically disadvantaged, and girls and women in ICT. The USF has played a crucial role in making sure that these groups are not left behind, but rather are empowered to fully participate in the digital economy and reap its benefits. As a regulator, we also have responsibility to regulate and coordinate the use of radio spectrum and enforcing the rules to prevent interference between different users and allow efficient and beneficial use by the public. The NTRC also monitors use of spectrum telecommunication services, including broadband and service delivery and adherence to standards. They also facilitate the coordination and development of intra-regional and international telecommunication networks and standards to meet the immediate and future needs of our country. At the NTRC, we remain attentive to the rapid changes in the technological advancement that characterize the industry, monitor quality of service and the development of the industry in order to safeguard the impacts of newer technologies on the markets, societies, economies, and our people, and to reduce barriers to entry for new operators. At the NTRC, we know that we cannot operate in isolation and that we need the support and partnership of the public, as well as other relevant stakeholders, government, the Ministry of Responsibility for Telecommunications, compliant telecommunication service providers, and fellow NTRCs and other telecommunication regulators across the sub-region. Tonight, I am happy to mention that we have representation at the head table from the following organizations and departments: the National Consumers Association, the Division of Consumer Affairs, telecommunications service providers, and of course, the NTRC. I know the consumers cannot wait for the opportunity to engage the panelists. Tonight's event is part of a broader initiative aimed at educating individuals on the role of the Commission and to increase public awareness of acceptable industry standards, laws governing the sector, and the basic rights of the consumer. In conclusion, we are proud of what we have accomplished so far and remain committed to our mission of creating a vibrant and inclusive telecommunications sector that benefits all citizens. We will continue to work hard to ensure that every St. Lucian has access to quality telecommunication services regardless of their location or socioeconomic status, and to ensure that service providers all play by the same rules to provide affordable and quality service to the consumers. I want to thank you for your attention and presence here tonight, and we look forward to the spirited engagement that will follow.
That was well received by everyone here. So as we continue to engage you in meet, greet, and speak, of course, giving our consumers a voice and service providers an avenue to respond, I would like to invite the panelists here to my left to introduce themselves to our audience.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Edmond. I'm a Complaints and Investigations Officer in the Department of Consumer Affairs.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Tekla Fitzlewis, President of the National Consumer Association.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hubert Neptune. I am the Business Solution Executive for Digicel St. Lucia.
Good evening. I am Coletta MacDonald, the Head of Customer Experience with Digicel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shane Fanis, the head of consumer for Digicel St. Lucia.
Good evening. I'm Linford Favre, managing director of Helen Television System and also of Spectrum.
Okay, thank you very much to our panelists. So we're just going to reintroduce ourselves. So my name is Mindy Lukiana Chico. I am a PR communications and marketing specialist. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll be serving in the capacity of moderator for this event.
Again, my name is Sherry Ann Williams, and many of you may recognize me from the media. I am a media practitioner with over 15 years of media experience in news and current affairs. And of course, I am a user of technology for, you know, everyday living, leisure, business, and so on. So I too can identify with you as consumers when you experience your challenges, difficulties, and so on. And of course, like some of you, I would also use some of the technology platforms to vent and to express, you know, the types of experiences, bad experiences that I can sometimes have with engaging with some platforms, some technology platforms. So I too may have some questions for the panelists. So we look forward again to a spirited debate and discourse for this evening.
And in keeping with the use of technology, we would like to acknowledge our online viewers, those who are on our social media platforms. The event is being streamed live on our Facebook platform, NTRC St. Lucia Telecommunications Regulator, and our Instagram platform, NTRC St. Lucia. So, of course, let's see how this evening goes with streaming. So far, so good, right, guys? In the back? Yeah? Okay, awesome. So at this time, we'd like to invite you to view the screen. We will play a short video, which will give you some information on the NTRC. Thank you.
You may not know it, but telecommunications is a significant part of your everyday life. It involves a range of telecommunications issues, licenses, regulations, legislation, and expertise. Telecommunications impacts directly on the national economy. Something as simple as handheld radios used in various applications need frequency authorization. And even wireless microphones use frequencies that have to be managed. The cell phone number that you use was authorized by the NTRC through a numbering plan. So a set of numbers are assigned to each service provider and to each island. This is where the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC, comes in. The NTRC forms part of the regulatory machinery in which ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, provides policy direction and acts in the capacity of a technical repository. The NTRC is appointed by the Minister of Telecommunications. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.
And now we're coming down to the reason why we are here on this Friday, instead of at Grosley or, you know, over there at the fisheries, ahead of a long weekend. We're going to invite the panelists to make some short presentations. Of course, we want to give everybody a fair opportunity to be able to properly represent their departments or organizations. And of course, we will start from my left and we will go all the way down through the table. Panelists, you have about 10 minutes to make your presentation, or less if it's shorter. And of course, the audience will be able to get an opportunity to be better familiarized with who you are, what you do, what the benefits of your organization are to consumers.
Good evening, everyone, once again. Can you all hear me? Am I clear? Okay, thank you. All right, so
Testing 1, 2.
Consumer Affairs Department. So we'll briefly speak on the Consumer Rights and Responsibilities module. It will be very short. All right. The objective is to know and understand the rights and responsibilities of every consumer. And we are all consumers, whether it be goods or services. We're all consumers, whatever we use, right? And this presentation will include the definition of a consumer, the history of consumerism, rights and responsibilities. We'll tell you a little bit about the consumer protection agencies in St. Lucia, and we'll leave you with a closing thought. Well, the history of consumerism started way back from the time we started to purchase, use, barter, exchange, right? This is where consumerism began, way back, long years. So who is a consumer? A consumer is anyone who buys goods and services for their personal use and not for resale. For your personal use and not for resale. And this can be goods, services. So sometimes we believe it's just something that we can use tangibly, but service, we're all consumers. The rights of the consumer: we have the right to safety, to be protected against products, production, processes, and services which are hazardous to our lives and our health. So we must ensure that whatever we use is safe to use. Now, I know we have this thing about telephones and stuff causing cancer, all of these things. So, but we have to ensure that whatever we use, whatever it is, we have the right to safety, that it does not endanger our lives, right? The right to information: we must know, we must be well informed. We have the right to be given adequate and truthful information to make an informed choice or decision. So whatever it is, it must be factual, it must be truthful, so we cannot be deceived when we're purchasing. It must be based on factual information so that we can make an informed decision when we're purchasing. The right to choose: we must have the right. We must have right to access to a variety of products and services at competitive prices. So as consumers, we must be able to have choices. From the time we're born, we have a choice, right? So we have a choice to everything, but we must make sure that we have choices and to be able to make the right choice. The right to be heard: so the right to be able to complain to a retailer if one is dissatisfied about a product or service. So we must be able to be heard. So if you purchase something and you're not satisfied and you go into and you're returning it or you're going back to make a complaint, you must be heard. They cannot tell you, I do not want to hear, you already purchased it, you used it, you left the store with it already, so there's nothing we can do. You must be heard. Okay, so, and this is why we're here. If you're having an issue with that, you can come to Consumer Affairs Department and make a complaint, right? right to satisfaction of basic needs, the right to basic goods and services that guarantee survival, such as adequate food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, education, water, and sanitation. I guess that's explicit enough, right? So we must be satisfied and have our basic needs. The right to redress, to receive a fair settlement of just claims, including compensation for misrepresentation, shoddy goods, or unsatisfactory services. So if we're not satisfied, we must have the right to redress. And what do we need? We have 4 forms of redress. So if you're not satisfied, you can ask for a refund, you can ask to get it repaired, you can get a credit note, or you can get it exchanged. Okay, so ensure that you seek redress when you want to, when you're not satisfied with your goods. If it's shoddy, if it's not a satisfactory service, you can go into the store, you can ask for your money back, or you can ask them to repair it. Whatever it is damaged, you want it repaired, you want a credit note for it, they can give you a credit note, or they can exchange the item. So when you see, you go on and you see a sign on a door saying no exchange or refund, that's not right. Okay, so you have the right to get an exchange or a refund for your product. The right to consumer education, you have the right to acquire the knowledge and skills needed to be an informed consumer throughout your life. So you must be informed, you must be educated. So this is another function of the Consumer Affairs Department. We're here also to, we're always there to educate consumers on their rights, their responsibilities, and whatever it is that issues that they're experiencing, we must educate the consumer at all times. The right to a healthy environment, and of course, we must be healthy. We must be able to live healthily. So we must have clean air. And one of our themes this year, World Consumer Rights Day, was empowering consumers through clean energy transition. So for the year, we'll be promoting clean energy using hydropower. We'll be promoting these things like wind energy, hydropower, and of course we also understand one of the things that we know that prices have increased a lot. So we're encouraging consumers to, and with the price increase, we know that utilities have gone up, bills have gone up. So this is something we're doing, is to encourage consumers to use these low energy things to cut on the cost of their bills and stuff. Okay, you must have proper sanitation and clean water. Okay, so your environment must be healthy. So if you're not in a healthy environment, you have a right to complain. Okay, consumer responsibility. As a consumer, you have to know what to buy. So because, okay, yes, we're here to help you, we're here to help for redress, we're here to hear your complaints, but as a consumer, you also have a responsibility. Okay, so you need to know what to buy, compare your prices, and ask questions. You know, sometimes you go into a store, that's I believe, and I'll say it here, that a lot of people say that St. Lucia have the worst customer service. But I don't think so. I think we're nice people, right? So when you go into a store and sometimes you're asking questions about a product, it's like they don't want to answer you, but you have a responsibility. You have the right to ask questions. You have that responsibility, okay? Because you want to ensure, you're paying your money to ensure that what you're buying is value, and it's you know you can be satisfied with what you're purchasing. So ask questions. Distinguish needs from wants. Is it necessary at the moment? Is it something that I really need, or is it a want? Okay, so do you need an iPhone 14 right now? Is it a need, or is it just a want, just to say, hey, I have an iPhone 14, right? Examine goods thoroughly. You must ensure that when you're leaving, you look at your items, okay? And know when and where to buy. I still have some time, right? My 10 minutes not up. your responsibility, you need to read. And a lot of the times we do not read the fine print. So remember, always read the fine print, always read. We just browse through, but we must read. Ensure your bill or receipt is received. Carry out transactions in a business-like manner and communicate. Okay, so when you're going to a store, whatever, your service, whatever, communicate. All right? So we have a few consumer protection agencies for our consumers. We have the Consumer Affairs Department. This is us, located in Castries, the old Oki supermarket near the Ave Maria School, opposite Triple N, down in the corner. St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, they're here to ensure that whatever you use is of a certain standard. For example, you have a shipment of when they bring in the kettles and these electrical things, they have to ensure that it's of a certain standard so it doesn't cause fires and all of these things. So they're here to protect you as well. You have the Ministry of Health. They recently launched, or they're in the process of implementing the Food Safety Act. So this is something to look out for consumers, to ensure that we're to build confidence of consumers, to ensure that whatever they're using is of good, is good for their health, right? All of that. So they're also part of that as well, with even trying to implement the food safety bill. And we have the National Consumers Association, Dr. Tekla Fitzlewis, she's right there, so she'll tell you a little more about the NCA. We have Solid Waste Management Authority. So if your environment and all of that, then they're there. And of course we have the NTRC. You all heard the presentation. Anything? So, closing thought. I told you I'd be brief. As a consumer, you have rights, but with rights comes responsibilities. So, act responsibly. And of course, you can come to the Consumer Affairs Department to make your complaint. And just briefly, I'll tell you the procedure for lodging a complaint. You must come with your original bill and a copy of the bill. If you have a complaint, you can come to the Consumer Affairs Department. I'm repeating that, okay? And come with your warranty card. If you have the hire purchase agreement, if you have that, the mortgage bill of sale where necessary. If the complaint item, if you can carry it, you can bring it. Any evidence supporting the complaint, example pictures, whatever it is, you can come with that. Defective parts of the complaint item, if the items can be brought in. So these are the things that you can do, and we're here for that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wendy. So we will now move on to Ms. Tekla Fitzlewis, who will make a presentation on behalf of the National Consumer Association.
Thank you. Good evening. Just to take you on a brief walkthrough to the National Consumer Association, who we are, what are our roles and responsibilities. Thank you. We look at NCA's profile, the executive, our mission, objectives of the NCA, consumer rights, responsibilities, and actions. We may not necessarily go into it because there are some activities and responsibilities that are in sync with the Consumer Affairs Department. Let's go. Okay, just a brief on the NCA. National Consumers Association were actually born out of a United Nations recognized need for independent consumer organizations to be established in UN member states through a UN resolution 39 of 248 of 1985 and Protocol 8 of the revised CARICOM Treaty, which deals with competitive policy, dumping, subsidies, and consumer protection. Both documents actually called on member states to implement appropriate measures to protect consumer interests and welfare. One of the measures of the member states called upon to implement was to encourage the development of independent consumer organizations to provide advocacy and presentation to consumers. So whilst the Consumer Affairs Division is a public sector representation, the National Consumer Association is independent to any government or public sector. As a result, the NCA was launched in February 2002, but it was registered under the St. Lucia Companies Act as an NGO in November 2002. As an NCA, we advocated for almost 2 decades for the enactment of a Consumer Rights and Protection Bill, which was finally passed in Parliament last year, January 2022. Okay, our membership and affiliations, we are a member and the only member in St. Lucia of Consumer International. Consumer International is the world governing body of consumer associations worldwide. We are also members of the Caribbean Consumer Council, and we maintain extensive networking and working relationships with other organizations, consumer organizations in the Caribbean and worldwide, and to advance consumer causes. We do have members in the audience, particularly one of our attorney-at-laws, Ms. Anne-Marie Joseph. She is also on some of the financial associations and committees of Consumer International, where she represents the interests of consumers in St. Lucia. She is our legal advisor at the NCA, so she really guides us with the legal ramifications when someone has a complaint. We also collaborate with the Consumer Affairs Division, through the Ministry of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, on issues that compromise consumer rights and protection. We collaborate with the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, with a unified voice, shared vision, and similar interests concerning consumer rights and protection. And of course, we do liaise with the NTRC on issues that affect consumers. And when we need guest speakers at our education sessions at the NCA, we engage the NTRC, we engage the Department of Consumer Affairs and the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. The tenets of Consumer International that NCA adopts are non-profit, volunteer-driven association committed to fairness in the marketplace and improving the quality of life for all consumers. And the work of the NCA is guided by principles such as independence from commercial and party politic interests. We are not for profit, and we act for the common good of all consumers. And of course, how do we fund ourselves? We rely on membership dues, and we get a subvention from the government, although we were a tad disappointed this year that our subvention was not increased, because it really does not allow for the operations of a secretariat that is poised and responsible for consumer rights and protection. With some of the activities that we have had to perform, for example, reaching out to some of those business places who have infringed on the rights of consumers. We have had to deal with cases where persons bought a vehicle that was default, and refused to even give a listening ear. We listened to Mrs. Frederick, where she said that you have to be heard. It is one of your rights. And that particular car dealer refused to even listen to the customer, the consumer. And of course, through the NCA, we were able to ensure that they got an exchange. And there are so many other examples that we have with persons purchasing faulty equipment. There are situations where you buy a shoe. You went to a wedding and that was it. The heel stayed at the reception or probably walking into the church. And some persons do not recognize or realize that they have a right to return that shoe and be fully refunded or to get a new pair of shoe. So these are some of the things, and the NCA, we have hundreds of stories where we can relate. This forum does not give us an opportunity to share all with you. But we have, as we said, we have our attorney who assists us with some of those rights and responsibilities. And we also have a volunteer here, Ms. Rebby Matre. Can you give a little wave? Who is our consumer officer, volunteer consumer officer, that we only pay $500 a month as a volunteer to come in a few days a week. Now, we cannot continue to operate so as an organization with a secretariat. We cannot have a volunteer in a service that is so much needed. Let's go next. Just a brief to meet the executive, so you know those persons who walk around when you have an issue you can speak to, although our secretariat, both mobile and landline, is on our site, ncastlucia.org. The president, myself, the vice president is Mr. Sebastian Collimore. Our general secretary is Ms. Sherry-Ann Aurelien. We have Mr. Donald Popo, our treasurer, guru in accounts, supported by Mr. Mario Lendo. And Mr. Phil Henderson is here with us. He's our public relations officer and also our IT specialist. We have our trustees who keeps the checks and balances and make sure that everything runs smoothly. And of course, Mr. Rebby Matre, who is the consumer affairs officer / volunteer. Membership and committee members are open to the general public. We have memberships in different categories. Ordinary members, that's groups, community-based organizations, whether it be football clubs or sporting organizations. We have associate members, which may be schools, groups, or national organizations of some sorts. We have honorary members, and we have 3 committees at the NCA, training and education, funding, membership, and we have a library if one wants to come into our small secretariat to see what are the services we offer, what are your rights and responsibilities, what are some of the cases that we were able to solve for consumers. Our mission, we are a voluntary, non-profit organization that represents and informs consumers and advocates actions on their behalf to improve the quality of life of St. Lucia residents. It doesn't matter who you are. Once you reside in St. Lucia, we will represent you. The objectives of the NCA: to improve the life of St. Lucian homes, to unite the strength of consumers, to study consumer problems and make recommendations for their solution, to bring consumers' views and needs to the attention of government. That's why we're non-governmental, so we can keep them in check. Businesses, trade, and industry, to provide information on consumer rights and responsibilities in the marketplace,
Dr.
and
Lewis,
to provide information.
I'm here to just remind you that your 10 minutes is up.
Okay.
We can give you a bonus 5.
Yeah, I don't need much in the bonus. That's okay, thanks. To provide information on consumers' products and services. Consumer rights, we will not go through it since Wendy already did that. So we share the same rights, responsibilities. Okay, consumer actions. This is where we end our presentation. So you have a right to choose. And of course, she did say that you need to read labels, you need to use safety equipment safely, you need to choose to complain effectively, this is your right. You need to resist any high-pressure salespeople, and you have the right to make comparisons as you please. You need to choose to reduce waste, and of course, in keeping with the theme this year, renewable energy, we have to take safety measures. We have to choose, we have that right to attend seminars and workshops, especially things to empower us. But most importantly, in closing, you have a right to choose to join the National Consumers Association and make your voice heard. Is only with collaboration of voices that we can make a change and we can make a difference when it comes to our rights and responsibilities in St. Lucia regarding the goods and services that all of us consume. So I hope by the end of this evening, everybody here would want to be a member of the NCA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis, for your presentation on behalf of the National Consumers Association. We are going to move on to our next group of speakers, and they are, of course, representing the telecommunications sector. We have the group of representatives from Digicel who will now be making their presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored tonight to represent the good men and women at Digicel on behalf of our CEO, who sends her regards for not being present tonight, to everyone at tonight's esteemed panel discussion. I'm accompanied by a few colleagues who have already been introduced. However, I would draw attention to two more of our colleagues that are present with us here tonight, Kareem from marketing and Kimberly representing the technical department. And I do encourage some dialogue towards the end with them. I'd like to start off by thanking the board of directors and the staff of the NTRC for organizing tonight's panel on consumer education and empowerment. We look forward to having some healthy exchanges tonight. We have a few agenda items to cover. We'll talk a bit about the changes within the telecoms landscape. We'll touch on a few of our core products. And we'll have a summary to wrap up and then move to the question and answer segment. On March 24th, 2023, we celebrated 20 years of operation here in St. Lucia. We didn't achieve this milestone on our own. Through the work of the government and the NTRC to create a competitive, viable industry, and with tremendous support from you, our valued customers, we saw the bigger, better GSM network evolve from GPRS data trafficking to a full digital operator offering multiple high-speed products. There were many challenges involved along the way. Many of these became very pronounced or accelerated during the dreaded COVID-19 pandemic. It's also important to note that the extent of some of these impacts, in a few cases, are not limited to providers, but to consumers as well. Meaning these changes should be carefully monitored by our regulators to ensure policies developed and enforced contribute to a mutually beneficial ecosystem for both providers and consumers. Roaming travel, and by extension, roaming revenue, has not normalized since the pandemic. Many companies will not opt to continue roaming travel as they have access to digital solutions for meetings and workshops, and this proves to be more cost-effective. Bridging the digital divide. We also saw many schools adopt digital solutions for e-learning, especially during school closures. This immediately created a challenge to bridge the gap between connected homes and non-connected homes. The use of OTT services, and this one is actually not one that is spoken about often enough. YouTube, Netflix, Facebook, IG, all of these constitute a huge percentage of traffic on our networks. These services function in high definition and high quality, so there is a growing requirement and demand on our infrastructure for upgrade and support of these services with no payments to the provider. They also monetize based on user data and advertising opportunities with no returns to the government and by extension, its people. Digital transformation. Similar to examples of schools and e-learning, the prevalence of e-commerce has accelerated since the pandemic as companies focus on efficiency due to the strain on human resource, placing a huge focus on the implementation of systems, equipment, and data security. Voice usage is slowly decreasing as more persons utilize VoIP and video calling, and the growth of data is not compensating this rate of exchange. And finally, external factors. Some of these have been touched on by our Prime Minister in the most recent address, with an impact on our industry, general global decline in economic growth, high inflationary rates, shipping delays, and even the Russia-Ukraine situation, to name a few. So where do we stand in all of these changes? Well, we are constantly evolving based on changes, making us well-positioned and equipped to support you in this changing environment. Our free core services, mobile, Digicel Plus, Digicel Business, are designed with the consumer in mind and are supported by both a well-equipped customer experience team and user-friendly interfaces, which we'll discuss in the upcoming presentation. Mobile. We have an award-winning LTE network across the Caribbean. Our goal has been to maintain our positive brand sentiment and drive acquisition by drawing awareness to our network strengths. Most reliable network, fastest LTE data speeds, best coverage, and best data plans. Our key product offered on mobile is our Prime bundles. These are available on both prepaid and postpaid and offer tremendous value for money, with various options for voice minutes, including anywhere local, regional, or international, also with a variety of options for data use up to 100 gigabytes and additional allotments of data up to 100 gigabytes also for lifestyle apps like Spotify, TikTok, YouTube, and Disney+. All of these have full management of your plan, as well as other actions you can do, including viewing your usage balance, your history, topping up, paying your bills, sending credit, and these are just to name a few. These can be done right from the friendly My Digicel app on your device. And of course, all of these functions are supported by the most reliable network. Digicel Plus. Digicel Plus offers an award-winning fiber to the home network product. Our objective is to reinforce or exceed the positive brand sentiment shared by mobile and drive new customer acquisition by focusing on the superior product. How do we achieve this? by giving more. More reliability, more entertainment in the form of Disney Plus being available on streaming devices, more connectivity using our smart Wi-Fi mesh solution, and more speed, up to 1 gigabyte download and up to 500 megabyte upload. And this is available on the only 100% fiber network in St. Lucia. Hand over to Kareem, to Hubert Neptune.
Thank you, Shane. Again, good evening, everyone. I am Hubert, the business solution rep for Digicel St. Lucia. Just to give a brief synopsis on what we offer at Digicel Business. Of course, we are aware that the world is evolving now, and everybody needs to get up to the time with technology. We at Digicel Business have now offered a digital transformation for all business solutions, and I am just going to briefly go through what it is that we offer here. All right. We have partnered with a few major developers in the world to offer you guys a lot of ICT solutions, which would better help your businesses grow, of course, and also for customer experiences as well. We know we have a lot of cloud-based solutions now. Everything basically is via the internet. So we now offer cybersecurity to you guys, such as managed firewalls. We have endpoint security protection as well, and also threat management, just to name a few of some of the cybersecurity solutions that we offer. Cloud solutions. We know right now, especially with Mother Nature, we never know what may happen. With our cloud solutions, we offer you disaster recovery and also cloud-based security and storage anywhere in the world. All right? Thank you. Connectivity. Digicel, as you know, has expanded from mobile to now offering a full solution. We offer broadband, direct access, internet access, which we call DIA, and also wireless and fiber satellite. Right? These are offered to businesses around the world and around St. Lucia as well. Smart solutions. Security-wise, we know a lot of businesses actually need to protect their assets. We offer assets tracking, which namely we have vehicle trackers, which you can utilize. It works via satellite. You can track your vehicles anywhere you want, anytime. It gives you a whole synopsis of whatever the vehicle went through throughout the day. All right? No problem. Sorry. We also offer resource monitoring and smart surveillance, which we have partnered with the government at the moment with some smart surveillance over a few areas in St. Lucia. Unified communications such as hosted PBX now offer SIP trunking as well.
I'm sorry, Team Digicel, but you've reached your 10 minutes. We can give you a bonus 5.
All right. I will cut it short. Last, we have Digicel, where we also offer web design, bulk SMS, and creative services for businesses as well. All right. Hand over to Belinda.
Thank you very much, Hubert. So I'll just quickly take you through some of the options that, as consumers, you have where you could reach out to us, and of course some of these very options that we use to reach out to you, the consumer. And this is, the forums that we use to just help, guide and to help manage the customer experience that you have whilst you deal with all of our various product lines. So in terms of some of our channels, social media, of course, everything is on social media, so we're available on social media. We reach out with our products, promotions, offers, and we get feedback, we get comments, we see when you like what we do, we see when you don't like what we do, and we use that forum to ensure that we could take that feedback and improve. Again, we have our website that provides information. Via our website, you're able to also reach out to us. You could email us, you could use our customer support desk on there. We have our 24-hour live chat agents who are there to provide support, whether you engage from the website, from our app. We have all of these channels available. And for those of you who sometimes, It might be 10 p.m. in the evening, there's no agent to speak to, but you just want to make sure you reach out to us and you don't really want to chat with an agent, you can still start through that medium and send us an email, and we will get your feedback as well. We have our personal digital assistant, which we call Ruby, and this is, when you go on our website, there's this little icon, you could go in there and, type a question, and we have some information in there that customers frequently would ask, so you would be able to get that information as well. I just want to touch on our NPS surveys. I think this is one of the really most important areas that we use to reach out to our customers. Yes, we send the text messages. Yes, we may call and ask the questions, but it's really helpful when we get your feedback, good, bad, whether you're encouraging us, whether you're encouraging us to do better. We get that feedback as a business, we review the feedback, and we take your recommendations and see, okay, we did well, we need to improve. So this is one of the forums that really want to encourage customers to continue. We send you the survey because you bought a phone, you paid your bill, you did an interaction with us. We appreciate when you take that survey. And just to wrap up as well, outbound calling and SMS, of course, we will use these forums to notify you of what's going on with our business, as well as to advise you of, issue resolution when you reach out through to our contact center. If you get to speak to an agent, you log your query, then we will use these forums, whether it be email, a call back, text message, to provide updates as we work through whatever the complaint or query that you may have logged through to us. So I know I said a lot in a few minutes, but I would just like to, pass back on to Shane to sum it up.
Okay, sure. So customer centricity has been a theme for us over the past years. Many persons confuse this term with customer care. However, we understand there is a journey and a relationship that needs to be nurtured with the customer. We're equipped with the right tools for empowerment and friendly staff and mediums, as Coletta mentioned, for education, and together we could traverse the evolving environment with great customer experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Team Digicel. And of course, I did note that you welcome feedback and engagement with your customers, your consumers. So of course, this evening provides one of those platforms or one of those opportunities for you to get feedback from the consumers who are here, as well as those who are joining us online. I noted too that there were some technical terms used in your presentation, so of course you'll have an opportunity to maybe redefine or define those terms or break it down, in bite-sized pieces for some of our audience members, both here and online, who probably may need some further clarification or may need some more information on this. So thank you very much again for your comprehensive presentation. And that will take me into the representative for a sector that I'm very familiar with, which is the media. And of course, Mr. Favrier will be able to expound in his presentation on, the role of the media in communication, the role of media in terms of being able to get avenues to, ventilate their issues as consumers. And so at this moment in time, I pass the microphone on to Mr. Favrier.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, I represent essentially a broadcaster, HTS Television and Radio 100. From your definition, I see you speak of a consumer as anybody who accesses services. So you can very well imagine that listeners and viewers are consumers of broadcast services. Now, traditionally, as I know it, the NTRC has been involved in the regulatory aspect of those service providers, those broadcasters, setting the technical standards for transmission to make sure there's no interference or abuse of spectrum and so on. But if it is that a consumer is somebody who accesses services, and part of the mandate of the NTRC is to facilitate the protection of these consumers, I put it to you that it may be opportune for the NTRC to expand that mandate. When you think of a scenario, for instance, where a consumer may be offended or abused, if you will, through his reception of content which he may deem to be unsuitable. For instance, we notice that in the past few years there's been a proliferation of new services, particularly in the radio arena. These are pretty much unregulated outside of the NTRC technical environment. What's there to stop a provider, for instance, for broadcasting what we call unacceptable content? And who determines what's unacceptable? Or do we regulate ourselves or determine what our standards are? I put it to you that we're very much at that point now in St. Lucia, where with all of the explosion of new content providers, that really and truly we're operating in an environment where there are no rules, no regulations, and very often the consumer, he may not necessarily complain, but the consumer is on the receiving end of these abusers. Yeah? So there appears to be, to me, a gap between the NTRC's mandate to regulate the technical aspect of broadcasters, and for the issuers of licenses, the government departments that issue licenses, there appears to me to be some need for coordination, closer collaboration between those entities to ensure that broadcasters operate along a common set of rules and guidelines, which will lead to a healthier environment for everybody. I think also part of the protection mandate of the NTRC, that has to be expanded to have a realistic look at the environment to determine what are the optimal number of operators that can operate within the environment. An oversaturation of operators in an industry can lead to a quality of service which can be less than desirable. Very often, the standards of service drop when there is an oversaturation of providers within an industry. It's no accident that we have two major telecom providers in St. Lucia. Quite frankly, the market has a finite size, and for those operators to provide an adequate service, they must have access to a certain number of consumers. So it can't be a free-for-all where anybody who wants to provide a service is given a license or an opportunity to provide that service. Now, that becomes even more important now that the cost of equipment is no longer a barrier to entry. Right now, with some very low-cost equipment, anybody becomes a broadcaster. And it's becoming more and more of a concern, and it's impacting and will impact indirectly on consumers if we don't have some form of intervention. As it is right now, most of the local broadcasters, for instance, we're speaking about consumer rights and consumer protection. That's even more important in times of things like natural disasters, yeah? Where access to information, the ability for consumers to access information becomes critically important. most of your new licensees, most of your new operators literally cannot survive a windstorm. If a wind blows tomorrow, 95% of your operators will be off the air, plain and simple. NTRC's mandate for the protection of consumers has to be that there are some guidelines, not just the technical standards, but which also impose on those operators the need to have emergency power, the need to provide backup services to NEMO and the other organizations involved in disaster preparedness in terms of natural disasters. So it's consumer protection, I would suggest, from a different perspective, where we take a broader look at the market and we look at imposing on operators some minimum requirements so that they can deliver a minimum quality of work to their consumers. Now, as a private sector individual, I'm the last person to recommend government regulation. The ability to self-regulate is one of the things which many private sector people cherish. But at some point, I think we've got to take a broader picture and see where we are now and are we at a place where we are truly impacting a service, a wholesome service to our consumers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Favre, and we'd like to thank the entire group of panelists. Thank you all for your presentations. At this time, I invite you to listen to a public service announcement by the NTRC. But before I do so, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who will be Mr. Jerry George. He's one of the commissioners with the NTRC. So please take a listen, and then we welcome Mr. Jerry George to make some brief remarks on behalf of the NTRC. Thank you.
Persons or organizations interested in Persons or organizations interested in offering telecommunication services to the general public must obtain the appropriate licenses. All license applications must go through the NTRC. There are different classes of licenses depending on what services are to be offered. There are 4 license categories: individual licenses, class licenses, frequency authorization, and special licenses. The individual license is for organizations that lay infrastructure and networks to provide an efficient service to the public. Some examples are the operations run by phone companies, internet service providers, radio paging services, and submarine cables. Applications for these services are evaluated by ECTEL. Class licenses are given to operators of amateur radio and radio communication services used by ships and aircraft. Generally, a frequency authorization is required for all uses of spectrum. For instance, the assignment for this spectrum allows for the establishment of television and radio stations. Special licenses are granted on a short-term basis for emergencies, but for a period not exceeding 10 days and are not renewable. So those special licenses are issued to persons who, for example, need to respond to national disasters. Persons importing telecommunications equipment will be required to obtain the requisite license and complete the telecommunications inspection form for customs purposes and obtain approval for release from the Commission and Customs Department if necessary. Persons who wish to provide maintenance, repair services, install office or home networks, or any related installation at customer premises must register with the Commission. This includes the installation of fax machines, PBXs, or telephone sets. The Act states that, quote, a person shall not install, sell for use, or use any item of equipment in St. Lucia unless the Commission grants a certificate of type approval in respect to that equipment, unquote. Application forms for any of the above licenses can be found on the NTRC website. It is essential that persons who wish to offer telecommunications services to the general public or for private purposes seek guidance and the appropriate license from the NTRC. Failure to do so could lead to penalties outlined in the Communications Act. So it is wise, if you are thinking of providing telecommunication services, to get familiar with the Act. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.
Okay, thank you, and I'll try to be brief. My name is Jerry George. I am a commissioner with the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC, and I've been a commissioner off and on since about 2011. So I've kind of been, I'm one of the rusty ones, been around for a little while. But what is the NTRC? Essentially, we are a telecommunications regulator, and we operate within the ECTEL group of states, which is made up of 5 states: St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. Is that 5? Yeah, that's 5. And the NTRC was established under the Telecommunications Act of 2000 to oversee the development of telecommunications sector in St. Lucia. The commission comprises of no less than 3 and no more than 5 commissioners, and there are some specific rules that are defined for commissioners that they have to meet. And the appointment is by the minister with responsibility for telecommunications. The NTRC is the local or national regulator, and in conjunction with the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, or ECTEL, which serves as, in part, a technical repository to the NTRCs. So the NTRC serves stakeholders and sectors' interests. What is the role of the NTRC? We advise the minister on formulation of national policy on telecommunications matters, receiving and reviewing applications for licenses. Following this, advising the minister accordingly. We do monitoring and ensure that the license holders comply to the conditions of their license. We investigate and resolve complaints from between and among telecommunications providers. I'm going to get tied up with this word because it's coming up so many times. And also between providers and their customers. Also deciding on cost-oriented areas for telecommunication services, and managing and overseeing the Universal Service Fund. The purpose of the NTRC is to monitor effectively the operations of the telecoms providers under the laws of St. Lucia, while providing an open market to all providers, ensuring fair treatment of consumers and providing universal service to all St. Lucians. What are the activities of the NTRC? Collect fees from license holders, monitors and reports on the quality of service of providers to ensure that all consumers receive satisfactory telecoms services, assist in resolving telecommunications-related complaints between consumers and providers, between providers, as mentioned, in the event of a problem with telephone, internet, cable, radio, or other telecoms-related services. Assign central number codes used by telecoms providers to assign telephone and mobile numbers to customers. What is the Universal Service Fund? The Universal Service Fund is a concept that every individual or household within the country should have a baseline access to telecom services at a minimal or a fair cost. It operates as a department of the NTRC, receives, evaluates, and implements and manages projects from the public and public entities or project proposals. As per the Telecoms Act, the USF includes the provision of telephone or plain old telephone service, which we refer to as POTS, internet, telecommunications. It also includes services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, physically challenged persons, disabled, etc., and other services which people access, by which people access efficient, affordable, and modern telecommunications. The NTRC has a number of business units. Within them, we have the administrative unit, and I will point out the head of administrative unit, Ms. Joanita Alexander. The technical unit, headed by Alden Sinclair, who is in the back manning the technical bits and pieces. And the Universal Service Fund, which manages the fund. We refer to it as the fund. And they also manage and implement USF projects, which we have, I actually have a long list of projects here, but for brevity, I'll probably just refer to them in summary. But over time, over the course of the existence of the USF, where we started, our first project started in 2012, I think it was. And ongoing, we have disbursed close to $12 million in projects. And those projects have touched on a wide range of areas: education, libraries, community centers, persons with challenges, and so on. And those projects are all still ongoing. And the NTRC has a very strong quality of service mandate, which is why we're here today at this meet, greet, and speak. We educate individuals on the role of the commission, or we are supposed to and responsible for educating individuals on the role of the commission to increase public awareness on acceptable industry standards, laws governing the sector, basic related consumer rights, and that's why we have close working relationships with the various consumer agencies and consumer sectors and so on. Inform the public on complaints processes, because of course consumers have rights and they need to know how to access those rights and how to receive redress if they have issues. Giving stakeholders a platform to share their insights on the industry, and very soon we'll be opening the mic so that you guys can speak. Giving consumers a voice, giving service providers an opportunity to respond. And I will just briefly call on the different heads of the business units to give a very, very, very brief synopsis of what they do. First, I'll call on the head of the admin unit.
Hi, good night, everybody. My name is Joanita Alexander, head of admin unit, NTRC. Aside from the day-to-day duties of admin, we also engage the public on regulatory matters. We process applications. By this, I mean application for land mobile radios, maritime, frequency authorization, and stuff like that. We have a wide range of applications that we process, comes through our office. Some of them external agencies like ECTEL, Minister's Office. We also collect spectrum fees that are derived from some of the applications that we process. We also collect numbering fees. Aside from that, we deal with complaints. Complaints for consumers. If they're not happy with a service, they come to us. We in turn guide them. We have guided some of them to completion where the results were very, very positive. I'm going to be just short. So that's about it for my department, but we do so much more.
And generally, if when persons contact the NTRC, Juanita's department, the admin unit is generally the unit that they would interface with, except if it's a technical matter, when they will be dealing with the technical unit, where Alden will say what specifically they do. Alden, you could probably just use this mic back there. It's closer for you.
Hi, good night. As said before, my name is Alden Sinclair. I am the Senior Technical Officer of the NTRC. The department consists of 3 persons: myself, the technical assistant, Mr. Bronte Bess. I think he's outside doing some stuff, and also Mr. Desmond Regis. My unit, well, the unit is responsible for completing the technical reviews on all submitted applications for persons who require a license to use certain telecommunication services such as land mobile, amateur radio, or persons who want to provide a telecom service such as FM radio, mobile phones, internet broadband. Now, we also make recommendation to the minister concerning assignment of frequencies. Now, the unit is also charged with monitoring all assigned frequencies and also monitoring for illegal use of the same. We do a lot more than that, but that's just a synopsis of what we do. If you have any more questions, you can always come to us or anyone in green should.
Or you can approach the mic during the open mic session. And then Miss Sandra Jones is head of the Universal Service Fund, and she will
Good night.
take the floor. Okay, try this one.
Good night. No, it's not working. It's working, yeah. Okay, so I'm Sandra Jones, Universal Service Fund Administrator. Yeah, my department, as you know, is Universal Service Fund Office. The funds of which we utilize is a contribution from the service providers. According to the Telecommunications Act, it is a contribution that is supplied to us on a yearly basis, annually, from their gross annual revenue. So in terms of utilization, our mandate speaks to public voice telephony. Our first project actually was the payphone project, which we utilize under that heading. There is internet access. We would have covered various projects across the islands, community projects, community Wi-Fi projects. Telecommunication services to schools, hospitals, similar institutions. A number of our projects covered the libraries throughout St. Lucia, libraries and community access centers, and schools. The Universal Service Fund provides internet access and also equipment. The mandate of the Universal Service Fund also speaks to looking after the needs of the differently abled persons, and as such, we have covered a project as well for the differently able. So basically what we do, as I'm saying, is do projects. There is a 5-year subsidy. There's a 5-year subsidy for each project. Then there are the special technological innovation initiatives. Presently, we just covered the Girls in ICT. Girls in ICT Day was yesterday, so we've marked that day together with the ITU in Vieux-Fort and Castries today. We also, under the technological innovation initiatives, we normally do a summer tech program every year as well. Apart from our initiatives and projects, there are the public awareness that we pay much attention to, because it's very important, as you know, to ensure that the public know what we're doing. So as such, we would have done the labeling of our projects, paraphernalia, Most recently, we're looking into wrapping and banners and such. And of course, public service announcements. Yeah. Internally, we have our mandate to report. That is our accounting procedures and so administrative procedures. So on a general basis, this is what my department covers. We are a department of 2 persons, myself and the Universal Service Fund project assistant, Ms. Natoya Cassius. Yes? So any more questions? Of course, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And what Sandra did not mention is that they've been running Girls in ICT for 8 years now.
This is our 8th year.
Along with Summer Tech.
Yes.
And as of this year, following up from strong support from one of our commissioners, they will be introducing a boys/men in ICT for gender balance. And in wrapping up, I want to note our fellow commissioners who are here. As from the video message, our chair is off island, but we also have Dr. Keith Mondesi, Mr. Oliver Lawrence, and Mrs. Shanna Willie Matura. So thank you very much, and I will go back to the moderators and take my notes with me.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I feel like I know you so well now, so I'll use the first name. Okay, so at this time, we'd like to open the floor for public engagement. Of course, to those persons who are still viewing online, you can also send your questions via the chat, and we will actually communicate those questions or comments to our panelists. Okay, so just to have some uniformity, anyone wanting to pose a question in the chat, please preface the question with a Q and then the question. So I'll repeat that. Anyone on the online platforms who would like to ask a question, please preface the question with a Q and then proceed to typing out the question. So as I said, we'd like to open the floor to any questions or comments. There is a mic here and one over there to my left. So we open the floor. Please raise your hand and I will then direct you accordingly. Okay? Yes, Mr. Williams, another media partner.
All right, good night, everybody. As a consumer of this lecture, I'd like to know if I have the right to direct specific questions to the panelists, and if I can ask multiple questions at once, or do I just ask one at a time, because I have several.
Okay, so yes, you can direct your questions to a specific person on the panel. Whether or not you could ask multiple questions, we will gauge that as we go along.
Okay. The first question would be for the National Consumer Association and for the Consumer Affairs Department. From the association standpoint, you spoke of membership. Could you probably give us an idea of the fee structure, or is there particular fees for individuals or groups? Because I realize you mentioned groups. And for the Consumer Affairs Department, what sort of powers does the department actually have? Can you force anybody to refund me or exchange? I mean, I heard what you said, but if I do come to you with a complaint, do you have any sort of legal teeth or any sort of legislative backing that will cause you to force any provider or seller of goods or services to treat me in the manner in which I should be treated?
Thank you so much. From the NCA's perspective, an ordinary member, the fee is actually $5 a month or $60 a year. And with that fee, we have several services and benefits that we offer to members. Within the NCA itself, Consumer Affairs Division will speak for themselves, but we do have some legal teeth and foot to stand on, because we have a member who is a consumer lawyer in the name of Ms. Anne-Marie Joseph, who have actually mandated through the law, because the law is there, for persons to either, the 4 tenants, repair, refund, exchange, or give you a voucher for a product when you want. So in the NCA we do that. So, and there are several other services that we offer our members. And I gave a scenario of a whole vehicle that somebody purchased, a 4x4, and had issues with it within the first 2 weeks. And they took it back, did a few repairs, knowing that the vehicle was faulty, and it was eventually replaced to a new vehicle. So we do have a lot of bandwidth within the NCA. We just need to increase our membership so we can be out there advocating on behalf of consumers to ensure that some of the disadvantages that are being taken on persons and the price gouging that we see within a lot of service providers can be arrested, but we cannot do that with 50 members.
All right, so you asked the question about the powers of the Consumer Affairs Department. Let me just mention that before the Act, we mainly did moral suasion as it pertains to consumer complaints. So we would accept the complaint, go to figure out whether it's a legitimate complaint. So one thing we help customers or consumers understand is whether a complaint is legitimate, if they really have the right to complain or not. Before that, we encourage them to seek redress as far up as they possibly can. So for example, if you go to, let's say, a customer service rep, you don't get the right response, you can also opt to go to a manager or somebody in higher authority. And only when there is a deadlock, you come to the department to lodge the complaint. We use a lot of moral suasion at the department. However, with the passing of the Consumer Protection Act, we now have recently established the board, the council. A council will be put in place. There will be all complaints that are not resolved at our level. For example, complaints and investigation officers, we would then refer them to the director, who will then review and then pass it on to the council. When that council is operational, what will happen is that they will have a tribunal, and then they can help in resolving those complaints. So we have a situation where once a complaint is not resolved, we do not just determine that which one goes to the council. So all those complaints, once the report is written, they all go to the council, and then it is resolved at that level. And further to that, it can also be resolved in the court system. So as it pertains to the powers of the department, in the Consumer Protection Act, we have the power to make a test purchase under the section. So if, say, for example, somebody complained that when they purchase a good, there's a particular item that is displayed at one price. But when you go there to the cashier, they're telling you that the price is more. And if there's no evidence of that, we can decide to go there and do that same purchase and figure out whether there is a discrepancy there. And we can order them to refuse or to stop this practice. We can also enter a business and inspect the goods. So once you have goods displayed for sale, we have the right to enter the establishment as officers and to determine whether the rights of the consumer is being infringed on. okay? And we can demand that you refuse to, you cease from infringing on the rights, okay? We also have the right to take samples. So I could come to your to your store, and if you are not willing to adhere to the demands of the officer, we can detain your goods and bring it up for further investigation. We can investigate documents, make copies of those documents as well, as it pertains to whatever you're selling or the goods or services. We can request documents for evidence, and also we can inspect, probably with an expert, the equipment that you're using in manufacturing or to provide the service, etc., so that we can bring it further to the council when it is operational, so that consumers can receive the redress that they deserve.
Okay, was your question answered, Mr. Williams?
Not entirely, because I mean, based on what you just said, I mean, when you all were making your presentation, sorry to say, but immediately Wasco came to mind. Because that is, I don't think you'll have to go and do any private investigation. That's well documented. You know, the water is not always wholesome coming through the taps, brown water, water with stones. The service is not consistent. You're paying for a service that you're not getting sometimes, you know, and it's not directly government, because it's a company now, but it's government owned. So what can you do about that? I mean, in a scenario like that, I mean, what do you do?
Let me just say, personally, I've investigated Wasco complaints. Once there is merit to the complaint, we do investigate Wasco complaints. We had an example whereby an individual in a particular area was, this individual, they were not receiving quality water. It was declared by a representative in high office that these individuals would not pay for the services for a period, right? An individual who had a bill which amounted to over $5,000 was decided to clear their bill, but it fell within that period. As it pertains to that individual, upon recognizing that their bill was reversed because it fell within that period, they went to ask Wasco for a refund. Wasco decided that persons who have paid should not be entitled to a refund. So in that situation, there was a situation, the situation was that this individual was targeted because the individual was the only person who requested a refund. So therefore, upon my investigation, I was able to get this person a full refund, and you know, I had to use some, they offered some solutions which was not satisfactory, but with the intervention of the department, we were able to get that person a full refund, and also part of it was credit on their future bills. So in terms of water quality, that is something that is, I think it's even bigger than the Consumer Affairs Department, because as you said, it's the only service provider as it pertains to water island-wide. And therefore, it is something that is not just the responsibility of the Consumer Affairs Department, but it's the responsibility of everybody, including the government of St. Lucia, who have to ensure that, as we said, it's a basic right, you know, to their basic needs is water. We don't have, right. Yeah. But as you said, in terms of Wasco, which you mentioned, we do seek redress for consumers under the department, and we have been successful. I think when we recently, we encouraged Wasco to even go and do investigations to ensure that it was not the fault of WASCO as to why a bill is of high. The other thing I would mention is that there is something that I personally, I mean, I'm talking on personally at this point, there is this situation whereby we don't have a consistent water flow. So then consumers pay for air that passes through the systems, right?
Mm.
To mitigate against that, you would probably have to install a device that throws the air out before it reaches your meter. WASCO has never invested in helping consumers with that situation. They encourage you to close your pipe, but at some point, somebody have to open a pipe to let the air out. So it's something whereby I know what they've done. If a consumer complains, they would probably give them a discount if they realize that over a period of time there was no water, so they know that air would have gone through their pipes. So it's something where, as consumers, as you know, your consumers, you're right to go and request to check your bill, ensure that you go to WASCO and say, but I didn't get that amount of water. Why am I being billed such an amount and there was no water provided? So this is a responsibility of you as a consumer to monitor your usage, to ensure that you have no leaks at your home, and to recognize when there's no water and you realize your bill is high. Go to the customer service department and make your complaint, and if you do not get the redress that you expect to get, you can come to the Consumer Affairs Department and we can assist you with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Edmond. And Mr. Williams, just to reiterate, it is your responsibility to it is your responsibility to investigate whether it be a product or a service that is being provided to you. It is also your right to complain. You can also go to the ncastlucia.org website, where it can inform you on what measures you can take for redress. And lastly, it means that the NCA and also the Department of Consumer Affairs, they have teeth. Okay, next question. Yes, sir, in the blue. If you could just let us know your name and proceed with your question, please.
Henix Joseph. I don't look for WASCO, but two things. When it comes to WASCO, the same way you have the NTRC, you have the NUC, National Utilities Regulatory Commission, where you could, if you have a complaint, where those things are happening, you could always go there to launch your complaint. Mr. Fevrier, well, first of all, I must say that this session is very, very, very enlightening. But Mr. Fevrier, you made certain pointers, and which I have been looking at over the past weeks or months, years. Our quality of music, or genres of music. I mean, you listen to some of the things that, especially today, I heard something that is being played, and I'm saying to myself, why is that being played? Although they said it is censored and whatever it is, you're not hearing it. But out there in the open, it's already been played. So we know exactly what is being said. The question, though, is it that of the regulator, NTRC, or is it that of management to say to the DJs or the announcers that we do not play that on our radio stations?
Mr. Fevrier, do you mind using the mic, please? Thank you.
Yeah, there are a couple of issues there. One of them is, what if the managers are not around to know what's being played? Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff which we hear on our airwaves or which gets to us, they cannot be played in the countries where they emanate from. There's some stuff coming out from Jamaica, for instance, where a lot of the music that we hear down here sometimes will not be heard on the airwaves in Jamaica. So why do we allow ourselves to be a dumping ground for all that stuff? Now, the point I was making was NTRC is typically technical spectrum and that sort of thing. But evidently there's room for coordination or closer working with, or maybe there's a need for a broadcasting authority of some sort which can work with the NTRC to try to save our consumers from that type of stuff. Yeah. The other issue which we need to look at carefully also is the fact that in the old days, the legacy broadcasters like ourselves needed a license to do stuff. These days, you really don't anymore. A broadcaster like ourselves, for instance, who is what we call a free-to-air broadcaster, broadcast over the airwaves, we have the same reach as other local access cable providers who are not regulated and not licensed. So if all of that stuff is disappearing or you can't distinguish between one and the other, then it really leaves a very dubious area for operating within that environment.
Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Jerry George from the NTRC who can speak to that, and possibly you can let us know what further measures can be taken for censorship of our radio, television programs as well, please.
Well, to start off, the use of the word censorship, especially when you're dealing with media, is very, very sensitive. But Mr. Fevrier made some good points in terms of the need for whether it is the establishment or the operationalizing of a broadcast commission. I know we used to have one. I don't know that it is still currently operational. But as far as content goes, currently the NTRC does not oversee content. Our mandate is to oversee the technical, the use of spectrum, the operations of providers, whether they were licensed and so on. But another point I wanted to speak to with regards to, Mr. Fury said, sometimes the managers are not at the stations when the songs are being played. But I would think that's where policy comes in. If a station says, this is what we play, this is what will be allowed to play, then it's not up to the DJ to play whatever they want when the manager is not there. If you tune to a to a religious station, for example, you will not hear dancehall music because the policy is, this is not the music we play. And so policies can help establish what stations play and where there is concern, as Henrik was saying, where there is concern of the content of the station, then at some point the stations themselves need to think of self-regulating. Because if you have content that is not deemed acceptable for the airwaves where that music emanates, then the stations themselves have to say, should I allow that to be played on my station? What type of image am I creating for my station?
And let me just jump in there. And some stations will tell you, yes, I will allow it. And it's exactly within this environment which is unregulated, and there's an overpopulation of those service providers, that people are doing anything, the cheapest and most common form of content, just to grab listeners or viewers, is what they would, is where the industry is at right now.
Okay. So there was a gentleman in the back. If you could make your way to the mic, and then Mr. It's Linden. Then you can go after. Yes. Yes, sir. You introduce yourself and proceed with your question, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Roch Jean, and I will address you guys from my position as the president of the St. Lucia Amateur Radio Club. But first, let me just offer my little 2 cents on the latest discussion in terms of content. And I've been speaking to the gentleman who asked the question. It's a very sensitive issue, and at the heart of it is technology in terms of the choices. So if you try to stop content, in one dimension on one platform, there are the others there for persons to consume. I would like the audience to consider, in terms of content, what Barbados did many, many, many years ago. Over 50 years, Barbados had a handle on content, although the technology gave people other choices. And, I would like us to ask ourselves whether or not the management of that content in Barbados served them well. And ask ourselves whether or not the non-management of content in St. Lucia is serving us well. Now, I don't want to go too deep into that. I would suggest that we need another gathering put on by NTRC to talk about content. I'm getting goose flesh because I studied in Jamaica early 90s, and I used to come back and warn the DJs. Some of the content they were playing, it was misunderstood, misconstrued, and leading our young people astray. It has come to pass. I could safely say that now. Okay? And we need to watch it. Jamaica recognized that, and Jamaica passed laws concerning the content for reggae music. So I want us to ask ourselves whether or not it is time for us to have a discussion on content. I rest my case on content. Let me say a hearty thank you to NTRC for putting on this session. I don't think they should stop now. I think we need to have more than one of these sessions. It really is a very good effort, and we need to applaud them for that. We need to applaud, not in the same vein, Digicel for facing us. I really would like to see us ask, to ask Digicel more questions, because the questions that I have for their sector, I would prefer to ask it to Flow. I'm not saying Digicel is better than Flow, but for me personally, some of the issues I've had with hacking, with the boxes and all of these things, I would rather ask Flow these questions. I don't get any credit for free from Digicel, but I told Miss McDonald I had an issue. I told Miss McDonald I was happy that I had an issue, and I was able to get somebody to respond. And she gave me her personal number, so now if I have an issue, I could call Miss McDonald and go up to Digicel, and they would give me a response. Let me say again, I'm not saying Digicel is better than the Flow, but what do we face? When you have a problem and you call the other service provider, you're talking to somebody that does not even know Wavin Shabbat. And we as a people should not. Amen, sister. You could see you from my community. We used to drink the same water. And this is true, this is a fact, but anyway, that's on the side. We should not accept that. We should be able to call our service provider and get customer service from them. Now let me get to the main thing. As the president of the St. Lucia Amateur Radio Club, amateur radio is two-way radio. And I believe that it was through an oversight, I'll give NTRC that, but amateur radio should have a representative at that table making a contribution. People, amateur radio is two-way communication. When all communication fails us in times of disaster, amateur radio is there to save the day. It is amateur radio that we could use to communicate with persons internationally. It does not require all the big setups that Mr. Ellis spoke about. The wind will not, well, even though they throw down our antennas and stuff, we could put them back up in short time. We only need a 12-volt battery to communicate with persons anywhere in the world. In fact, let me give you an example. What I'm saying is very important. Just give me a couple more minutes. I'm not going to be too long. Okay? We had two hurricanes back to back, Hurricane Allen and Hurricane David. And when we got mashed up, it is a ham operator that had to go to the office of the Prime Minister to communicate on our behalf. I was expecting that one of our ham operators would have been here. His nickname is Stott. When the other hurricane struck us, nobody knew what was wrong with St. Lucia. He was able to contact somebody in Australia, and that person in Australia contacted BBC, and then the rest you could well imagine. That's how, aid and help and all that thing, and even knowing what was wrong with St. Lucia comes about. So we need to take that serious. Okay? Now, why we need to take that serious, another reason, it's because the theme for World Amateur Radio Day this year is human security for all. And it looks at 7 dimensions. Everything to do with our lives, from economic to food to health, and it is tied to the UN, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. We should be more aware of the uses of amateur radio. We should recognize it, and as a product that is free, because ham operators are not permitted to offer services for money. It's not for profit. Okay? Here's what is happening these days in the world. All the global warming, whether or not you want to believe it, we have unprecedented disasters, different size and shapes. Ham radio could be used, okay, to warn us about these things. We've had hail in St. Kitts twice over the last couple of weeks, in the Dominican Republic, and we have the ability, we have a platform, we have the Caribbean Emergency and Weather Net that has been in existence, some say, for over 90 years, that warns us about and keeps us abreast with what's happening with hurricanes and stuff. We have the hurricane season starting in June of this year, the official start of the Atlantic hurricane season. And we just need to use ham radio more. Let us not wait for a disaster for us to give ham radio the platform, the recognition that it deserves. One quote. If you don't believe me in terms of its impact on our everyday life, let me just draw a reference and end here. The session that took place in Trinidad and Tobago last week, I think it was, on crime and security, Honorable Keith Rowley ended with a statement that can be used with regards to what I'm saying. Remember, our theme for this year, and I rather suspect it's going to remain until maybe the next 3 years, is human security for all. And Keith Rowley said, safety and security, without them, nothing matters. Let me repeat that. Safety and security, without them, nothing matters. Ham radio can help, and we should consume it and use it more. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jha. So just to note, as Mr. George mentioned, the NTRC does not regulate content, but it's a good discussion to have here at this forum, and so it opens the doorway for other persons to decide how it is we can actually find a method or forum to actually regulate content going forward. And I would like to put it to the NTRC, based on Mr. Jha's suggestions, that somebody from amateur radio is represented at the next public lecture, and I throw it out to you guys. So now we invite our next question.
Actually, just before the next speaker, just want to respond to some of the comments by Mr. Jha. It wasn't actually an oversight to not have ham operators here, because the format of this was really service providers to the consumers. This public lecture is not the only one we're having. There will be additional sessions, and there will be sessions where, based on the format, different groups will be brought in. So, Mr. Jha, be prepared that at some point a call will be coming your way. We also are having additional engagement as far as disaster communications. We're also looking into that, and that's where, for example, we definitely will be engaging with the ham operators and also the service providers, because those issues are becoming even more critical because we're seeing more intense storms, more frequent disasters, and we have to be sure that persons can continue to communicate when a disaster is approaching, during a disaster, and of course after the disaster. So yes, this type of forum will continue happening. It's not an oversight, but thanks for the heads up.
Thank you, Jerry. And of course, now we go to our, the next question.
Thank you very much. Good night to all. I would like to commend the NTRC for having this event. I think it's very useful, quite timely, and I quite like the fact that there's a plan for a series of these. So I look forward to more engagement. I'd like to start off by addressing something Mr. Linford Favre said regarding being able to countenance having greater regulation regarding the resilience of people providing service in his particular sphere. I think it's quite admirable that he can countenance a greater role for regulation to raise standards. I think it's a sign of a commitment to quality, overall resilience, and I dare say, improving excellence. Notwithstanding the comments earlier regarding potentially objectionable content that makes its way onto the airwaves, I'll leave that for another time. I do have a couple of comments that I hope to very briefly introduce. One of those regards the actions of our service providers, our telecoms service providers. I've had the experience where I've had boxes installed at my home, at my premises, I should say, and quite often we have devices which have US-style 2-pin plugs, and there's an expectation that the consumer will have an adapter for those devices to be plugged at their premises. I think that's something providers should seek to end immediately. It's not fair to have consumers go into their pocket to have an adapter for the service that they're providing, regular, monthly service for, to be having something that basic that they should be providing as a matter of course for their service to be accessed. So I'm hoping that sometime in the near future we don't see the technicians asking the homeowners for an adapter to plug in their devices to use the service being provided. I think that's quite a high one on my list. The other one I'd like to briefly mention is the output volume on television programs. I find it very difficult that one is switching through the cable box, shall we say, and moving from channel to channel. There's such a wide disparity in the output level. If you're not careful, someone might be sleeping, there might be young children. It would be very inconvenient to just be switching channel surfing, and there are high gaps in the output volume. It really is disruptive. If you think it's bad going across channels, sometimes within the same channel, perhaps during news, an ad comes on, and the volume level, it's blaring. I think it's something that we should regard as intolerable, and our broadcasters should take some action to prevent that from happening. I have a few more comments I'd like to make, but I'll access another opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I know that this evening I'm one of the moderators for this session, but as a consumer, I also have a question. I wanted to raise my question with the National Consumers Association as well as the Department of Consumer Affairs. And it has to do with, well, based on your presentation and how you presented your information, what is available to consumers and so on in terms of redress. The process on its own seems very onerous. For example, the Consumer Affairs spoke about moral suasion. You depend largely on that for the resolution of consumer issues and so on. With the National Consumers Association, there is the limitation, I suppose, of resources and so on to be able to probably take on matters at the level or with the tenacity that you probably may want to. With all of these onerous elements in the process of resolving a situation, and then you factor in the time frame for these issues, consumer issues, to get addressed, what is the incentive for me as a consumer to even pursue matters that, you know, are affecting me as a consumer in a faulty product, a faulty service, or subpar service, subpar products? What is there to give me any sort of incentive to even try to pursue this? Is this more time consuming or expensive for me to pursue rather than just leaving it alone? Why should I even try to pursue a matter as a consumer?
In brief, your rights and your responsibility as a consumer. If we all take issues like, you know, what is the benefit of pursuing, it may not get anywhere, it may cost me, then the perpetrators will continue to get away with the practice, and every one of us as consumers would be recipients of that reciprocal continuous behavior. It is our right, and though the NCA has its limitations, it does not limit us from ensuring using the rights and responsibilities, and of course the Constitution and the regulations that were passed in Parliament. We have been able to bring resolution to several issues. As I said, we have a voluntary consumer attorney, and of course the NCA is looking on putting us a small fee, a little $20, probably just to photocopy, you know, the documents that you bring, that we must have empirical data to bring to those business places that you may be affected. But we do, in whatever way, form or fashion, voluntary or otherwise, do try to meet redress, resolution to problems. And that's why as an association we are pleading with consumers, join the association, because you have numbers you have strength in numbers. For example, I heard when Mr. Rene spoke about WASCO. The Consumer Affairs Department is government. Will government challenge government? However, because we are an NGO, non-political, non-governmental, we can challenge an institution that's unfair or breeds somebody's rights and responsibilities.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Did you like?
Yes. As it pertains to, as I would echo the words of Dr. Lewis in terms of your rights and responsibilities, you're responsible to ensure that you seek redress when it's violated. The Consumer Affairs Department is there, like the other agencies, to receive your complaint. I could tell you that with my department, upon receiving your complaint, officers are assigned to the complaint. We do not take more than 2 days unless it's a really serious situation that prevents us from taking that amount of time. We review the complaint, we strategize, and then we ensure that we visit the business place to ensure that we can find redress for the consumer. The only thing I can say is that, remember, there are 4 forms of redress. Okay, there is refund, there is replace, there's repair, and there's credit note. So it's important that consumers know that these are the 4 forms of redress. We like with everything, it's never a 100% process. But from my experience, we have been very successful in helping consumers find redress. Some consumers probably on the same day. Sometimes with a phone call, we ensure that they get redress. Because what happens is that some consumers, they may not have the ability to explain a situation when they go and deal with it. At times, they're very emotional, and therefore, it creates a deadlock between them and the provider, the supplier, the retailer, etc. So that's why we always encourage persons to act business-like, despite the fact that you have a complaint. And we definitely try our best sort of to mediate this, be mediators in the situation. And I can tell you that we've definitely helped many consumers in finding redress. So I encourage you, Mrs. Williams, to seek the help of the department. If you have any complaint that you can't resolve, we are here. And the process is simple. You just fill out a form, you bring the evidence, and we take it from there.
Thank you very much. Sherry-Ann, simply put, it is your right, and you should stand your ground. Especially now that you know your rights, and you know the right people to go to, please take some names today as well. However, I can say that going to the departments and following the formalities, it is your right. They are here to mediate, and you should not say, oh, this will take whatever time. You spent money on a product or a service, and you should definitely have a quality product or service. So now we will invite our next question. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your question.
Yes, my name is Anselm Gittens. I'm here as a consumer. I also happen to be an amateur radio operator like Mr. Rockja and also Dr. Lindell Senville. I also happen to work for the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. To address a comment that Dr. Senville raised about the issue of the high volume for ads on the various channels, the US actually has an act to deal with that called the CALM Act, that's C-A-L-M Act, and there's also a technical standard that actually goes with that. So, I mean, instead of the NTRC reinventing the wheel, the documentation is already available online that you can actually use and adopt in St. Lucia to deal with that particular situation. As a consumer, I have some concerns about the quality of customer experience offered by Digicel and Flow, and I know there was a national consultation. I think I missed the deadline to comment on that, but in the case of Flow, well, in February, they upgraded me from the traditional legacy copper line system to the new HFC system with the box. And they also promised at the time in February that they'll give me a UPS, so in case the power goes, I can actually it can still work for a few hours. And today they haven't provided that box. I've been to them several times. So what I will do, I will lodge a complaint with the NTRC because I think the 30 days have passed already.
Has passed,
okay?
yes.
Yes. So, so the other issue I have in terms of, well, I also had lots of technical issues with the box in that many times I would call and the call would not go through. And it was not that my account was disconnected, it was just, I mean, some issues with the system. So I think that can be quite frustrating because I'm paying for service and I didn't have that problem under the old legacy system. The issue I have with Digicel is that issues of technical support. So when Digicel was rolling out their home fiber system, they actually installed it on a Saturday. The technician came on a Saturday to install. When I had a technical problem with the home fiber system, they told me, well, they will respond in 48 hours, but 48 hours doesn't include a Saturday or Sunday. So I find it a little strange that you have one standard when you roll out a new service, when you install a system, but when you want technical response in a timely manner, Saturdays and Sundays are out. So I really think you all need to look at that. Seems strange to me.
Okay, Mr. Gittens, they actually heard the representatives from Digicel. So if you would like to take a pause and have them respond, or would you like to proceed with the remainder of your questions?
Well,
you have any more questions for them?
No, but I have some other suggestion, but then let them
Okay,
respond.
sure. So we go over to Team Digicel.
Okay, good night and thank you for your question. Okay, so we have been reviewing our policies by our technicians in terms of the installation of boxes. And, well, I can't actually announce what those changes are going to be, but we're actually onboarding some changes which involves changing out the service provider for the technical services. So I will onboard that feedback that you've provided in terms of the consistency of support for installation and support for technical issues over the weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, just another suggestion. Well, I think there's a second forum attended by NTRC, where to meet the stakeholders and the consumers. But I think other regulators like the NUC should also step up and have similar sort of engagements. Perhaps one can look at a sort of a forum where you have all the regulators on board, like the NUC, the NTRC, the SLBS, the Consumer Affairs Department, Consumer Association, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture. Because at times there are many consumers who are quite frustrated and they don't know where to get the recourse. So they call the talk shows, they vent, but they do not know that which regulator to turn to. So perhaps, it might be good, maybe it's a good time to actually have a forum where all the regulators come together to address the consumer issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gittins. So I would like to say that Meet, Greet, and Speak is a series of public lectures. COVID obviously would have slowed things down. We had our first Meet, Greet, and Speak in 2020. And I would like to mention that at that forum it was said that there was going to be an act actually, or the association was working to help to push the act. And at the time it had not been passed as yet. And so I would like to congratulate you guys on having the act passed in 2022. I think that is completely amazing. Is it 2022? Okay, that is actually amazing. I know it's something that you guys were working on for such a long time. And so it actually now helps to empower consumers, with whether it be good or whether it be bad, it actually helps to empower them. And I would like to say congratulations on that. And let's just continue with all the great work that you guys have been doing. Additionally, I would like to say that this is just the first for this year of the public lectures that the NTRC will be hosting. And we take your feedback and we are going to continue to work on it and find ways to improve with every forum that we are going to host. Do we have any other questions? Sure.
Good evening, everyone. On a matter of information, I'd like to know if the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, the Consumer Affairs people, and the Bureau of Standards, do they have any say in the meters that Lucilec and WASCO install in the homes? Because, quality of these meters, it could give you different results, and quality matters. So I want to know what sort of say. Do they have any knowledge, or are they engaged in when these organizations are ordering these meters? Do they have any say in the quality of the meters that are sold to people?
That would be for Bureau of Standards.
I don't believe we have a say in that as a Consumer Affairs Department. However, I believe there are regulators for that. I think NTRC can probably say something on that, or unfortunately we don't have the
When it comes to the quality of products and services, or is it just products? I believe that falls under the purview of the Bureau of Standards.
Yeah.
So they would be the ones to standardize and to regulate the quality.
All the equipment, everything.
That's right.
By the Bureau of Standards, but not the Consumer Affairs.
Okay. Yes, Jerry.
We just had a suggestion by the speaker before the last about having this super regulatory set panel to have all those concerns. Now that question that was just brought about the quality of the meters, I would like to call on Mr. Anselm of the Bureau to respond.
So actually, under the Metrology Act, Chapter 13 of .18, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards has oversight over metering both for WASCO and Lucilec. So we do get involved with high-level discussions with the utilities on the procurement and installation of meters and the accuracy of those meters. So what we urge that if any consumers have issues concerning the accuracy of the metering, that they actually lodge a complaint with the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, and we will take it from there. Just a question, just a note concerning metering. I know that although the Bureau of Standards deals with the metering aspect of Lucilec's meters, NTRC deals with the approval of the telecommunications aspect of the meters. So you all kind of just remove yourself from it, okay?
Thank you very much. Nice, pitching, batting, bowling there going on. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're going to shift. I see your hand. I will come to you in a moment. But I think there's a little shift in the protocol here with the question and answering. I think one of the representatives from Consumer Affairs has a question.
The gentleman already said that the NTRC is the one in charge of the metering for telecommunications. What are they? Right. Okay. Well, along those lines, my question is that many times you hear people say they lose all their credit on their phone credit. They just lose it, just disappear. What is there in place to say that if, say, for example, Digicel or Lucilec figure that their numbers in terms of their profits is down, let's just take some people's credit, and who monitors that? Who says that, hey, you have stolen from the consumer? Because many times you hear persons complain that they lost their credit and they don't really get answers as to how their credit disappeared. They probably just figure, okay, I'll just go and buy more credit. So what is there in place to ensure that that type of high-level theft doesn't happen?
Well, we want to be very careful here, not to cast aspersions on anyone. But I mean,
I'm not saying that it is the
realistically,
case, but that type, I mean, if it were to happen, what is there in place to prevent?
realistically, that is a frequent concern of users. I mean, I use social media a lot, and I see a lot of people commenting on such situations. It's unfortunate that Flo is not represented tonight to give us from their perspective what happens. But I mean, as the two service providers who give customers or consumers that kind of telecommunication service, and customers experiencing that kind of, shock and surprise in terms of their service delivery, that's a very interesting question. I mean, I want to hear what, the process is. And sometimes we hear a lot of people venting about a situation, but we never hear the outcome. So it's a good topic to discuss right now.
So before Digicel decides to address the question at hand, I guess we would need to ask, does that actually happen? So before we go off on a tangent, Digicel, have you guys ever had any complaints from customers where they've indicated that their credit has just disappeared from their phones, and how is the matter handled? Or should I call in, since we're speculating right now, I don't like speculating, should I call and say that I have lost all my credit on my phone? How do we handle that matter? How would it be investigated?
Okay, thank you for the question. So first I will address the concern of what's branded as credit theft, and then I'll hand over to our customer experience manager for what can be done in those instances. So what we found, and this has been ongoing for some time, the concerns that have been raised and flagged as credit theft in most cases have been a misunderstanding as to what usage has taken place on the device. We had a service called Pago, which allowed our consumers to access data without being on a bundle, which means that in order to utilize and traffic data, credit from your account would be taken as part of that service. Many persons, and with the evolving of smart devices and apps that are on the phone, and a lot of updates and trafficking is happening on the device in the background without the user being aware, that actually causes the charges to occur on the customer account thus causing them to lose their credit without them knowing. So what we've done, since we're very focused on the customer experience, we've actually weighed our options and we've done away with that service, making the only way for a subscriber to access data by purchasing a bundle. As far as we know, we're the only provider that has done that. But there's still instances where, you know, our systems are not supposed to allow it, but there may be a small percentage of instances where it may occur. And if it does, we definitely encourage you to contact our customer care representatives. And I'll hand over to Coletta to explain what's done at that stage.
Right, thank you, Shane. So confirming that since we made that change as to how we manage those interactions, the number of reports or complaints that we've been getting in terms of you stole my credit, that has dropped tremendously. And the biggest instance, as Shane explained, was, you know, background data, applications running in the background, you know, that persons are not aware of, not using at the time, but the technology keeps running, and therefore your credit will be used up. So we were not stealing the credit. You know, it was being used in the background without the knowledge of the consumer. And as Shane mentioned, we did put some things in place. If it does happen, I mean, things will fail at times. If it does happen, a simple call, text, live chat to one of our reps, visit to one of our stores, we will take a look. We will see, you know, okay, if you were on a plan and it should not have happened, you were on a bundle and it should not have happened, we will go ahead and offer some redress, whether it be a refund based on what we see happen, whether it be okay, that plan at the time, if we could offer you another plan, you know, we will come to some kind of a solution based on whatever it is we have found when we do our checks. Yeah?
Okay, thank you. So just as a follow-up to that, since this is the forum for it, whose responsibility is it to advise the customer of issues where you would have maybe background apps running? Whose responsibility is it? So is it when the customer purchases the phone? Is it when they purchase the credit? We would like to know.
Okay, so as part of our journey with the customer from the point of purchasing the phones, our store representatives would usually have an onboarding session with the customer. Of course, installing the My Digicel app, which would help you monitor the charges, so you could actually go and view your bill history and see that the data charges is what was the cause of your credit being depleted. In terms of the apps that are being installed that may perform background trafficking, these apps usually have a end user agreement before installing that would advise you that there's access to location services, for example, data services that may be trafficked in the background, and some of them go as far as advising that you may incur additional charges by utilizing this app because of the capability of it going ahead and make those charges, those usage, sorry. What we found as well is, you know, throughout all the years of this happening, a lot of persons have lost trust in leaving their phones data switched on. Many of you might know that feature, mobile data being switched on and off. A lot of persons, when they get off a Wi-Fi or they're not on a plan, they simply leave that off to avoid getting those charges. What I would like to announce at this point is that it's safe to put your data back on. Charges should not incur whilst you have the data on and not being on a plan. With Digicel.
Thank you for that explanation. So we're seeing here that there's a two-pronged approach to the responsibility aspect. Digicel would, during the onboarding session with customers, provide information, and customers themselves, of course, we're talking about rights and responsibilities, so customers also too should understand and know what their rights are. I have to inform you though that we're not going to be here the whole night. It's Friday night, people.
As great as it is.
It's Friday night. And in as much as we enjoy the discussion and the discourse going on here, some of your questions, queries, concerns, and engagements would have to be addressed or taken on in another session. I know I promised you, oh God, I cannot not take this one. I need to go home. We need to have peace in the household. So, okay. Eli.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
My turn just came around again, that's all. Right? Everybody else got it. It's for the telecoms providers. I noted a while ago when the gentleman spoke about the installation on a Saturday, but not getting you all. There was no basic response. But my thinking is, I realize that you all do a lot of subcontracting. I don't know if that's probably the issue. Your subcontractor works on a Saturday, but your people probably don't. But that whole subcontracting thing for me is an issue, right? If I have I'm calling customer service or somebody in Jamaica is picking up and they don't even know where Enchipo is, right? And for me, that is a huge disconnect with your customers right there, right? So the whole issue of subcontracting too comes in with standards. Does the subcontractor share the same standards that you guys share? Who monitors them and what they're doing and the standards that they implement? Are they going to come at my home, somebody smoking a joint in a vehicle or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Right? So there's that issue as well. I also have another issue of paying for something and not being able to enjoy it in its entirety. And by that I mean, I do not know why data or credit should expire at any point in time. That's a non-perishable item. That's not a mango I bought. Right? So if I've paid for it, I expect to have it. If I buy more, I expect it to be added on to the balance of what I have. I think that's fair.
Okay, I see there is a lot of support for that last point there. Digicel, Team Digicel, take note. I see you taking notes. I see you taking notes. Would you like to respond though to? Okay, just before your question, which will be the last one, by the way, the comment from Digicel in response to the consumer comment.
Okay, so I'll start off on the subcontraction. That is correct. We do utilize subcontractors for the installation. We do have standards that they are to maintain. We do have a memorandum of understanding agreement with them that's signed. In terms of the inconsistency that was highlighted earlier with the weekend support versus the weekend installation, these contractors actually have separate objectives. We have an installation team and we have the service repair team as well. So we do have differences in how those contractors operate, but as I mentioned, we are reviewing the entire service delivery, which includes installation and maintenance of the Digicel Plus service. And we will be making some changes that should bring a lot more consistency in terms of weekend support, installation versus repair. In terms of the question of the data we do allow rollover, but the question of expiry is a question that remains on prepaid services. Postpaid does not expire. You roll over month by month, and you pay that monthly bill. Any unused data gets rolled over into the other month, and that continues. As it relates to prepaid, since there's no contractual obligation on a monthly basis, someone could choose to stop using a prepaid SIM at any time. You could just take it and toss it away. We have what you call licenses for our numbers that's being maintained on the network. We would not want to be in a situation where we continue paying licenses for unused missions, inclusive of data. That data on the SIM is monitored and captured on our MIS systems. So a lot of unused data remaining on unused missions creates a situation where these systems need to roll over and maintain those balances month by month, and that puts a lot of strain on our systems in terms of reporting and in terms of impacting the service on other customers and other listeners on the network as well. So that would be one of the main reasons under prepaid why we have expiry of data and voice services. Hopefully that answers the question.
I don't think it made him happy, but thank you for answering the question. Mr. Gittins?
Just a brief comment, but it has to do with bundled services. I noticed when I had my old legacy copper line, I had several features on that line, including call control barring. So when they migrated me to the new system under Flow, I noticed it was not available. So when I went to the office and I asked, so can I get that call control barring feature back, because it helps one, I say my train accidentally making lots of mobile phone calls and run up the bill. So I was told it's only available for bundle service. I would take another service feature, which I do not want, to get that service on. And I find that's kind of unfair. So I think, that is something that the regulator should look at, because really I should not be forced to take, let's say, a mobile phone plan, which I do not want, just to get a feature that I had before. So that's, I think is quite unfair. The other issue, it pertains to both networks. I think for about 2 decades now in the UK, if a mobile phone is reported lost, they actually can block that mobile phone. If it's reported lost or stolen, they can block the mobile phone based on the IMEI to prevent someone, let's say, just changing the SIM and putting it on the network. I am not sure why the networks, Flow and Digicel, have not implemented that across the Ectel region, because that's a way, as a good corporate citizen, to prevent the crime that takes place involving mobile phones.
And we know how crime affects our society, especially now with theft and all of these other things happening. So that's a very valid point. I'm not sure if Digicel wants to make a comment on that as it relates to the phones and so on.
Okay, sorry, Team Digicel, just before you respond to the question, Dr. Lewis would like to say something.
Yeah, as a consumer, and it's not just Digicel, I guess it's both providers, but since Digicel are there, they can answer. I pay for data as a consumer, and I choose to use my data to make a WhatsApp call, and it says reconnecting, reconnecting, reconnecting. So if I'm paying for my data, I'm not looking for free Wi-Fi. Why do you get this poor or shoddy service of having your call saying reconnecting? I'm not sure if it's a means of discouraging customers to call through that data source, so probably you can respond to that. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Okay, so I would like to categorically state that we are not trying to discourage people from making VoIP calls over WhatsApp, and I would believe the reconnecting issue that you are or have been experiencing would be related to the data service that your phone is utilizing at the time. So I would hope that a complaint was launched so we could investigate the area and possibly do some testing. But we absolutely do not block VoIP calling or degrade it. If No, I'm not aware, Colette. Are you aware?
For some customers on our internet service, we noticed customers were complaining that they couldn't make WhatsApp calls on our internet service, and we noticed there was a firewall setting. And once we were able to guide them to disable that particular setting, calls went through, as needed. It was something on setting on a modem or something that they had to change. So there may be different troubleshooting tips that we could take you through to help with that. But as Shane said, we're not trying to prevent the use of that particular technology at all.
Okay, and to Mr. Gittins' question regarding the IME.
Right. So, yeah, this was a question I had. It's the IMEI, which is the device number, or are you referring to the SIM?
No, the device number, the serial number of each phone.
Okay. Currently, our technology does not support that, but it's something we can look into.
But I know Jamaica implemented it already.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's one savvy consumer. You know your stuff. Okay. I will let you say something, but we've come to the end of the session, and before we leave, we want to give our panelists an opportunity to, say a few closing words, and so we will give each member at the table 30 seconds to make your final contribution, because of course we can't cover everything in just tonight, and like you heard, we will have other sessions where you'll have an opportunity again to address more questions or to elaborate on some of the things that we didn't get a chance to ventilate this time around. So you each have 30 seconds, starting from the Mr. Février and coming down across to the table.
Okay, I just want to thank NTRC for putting on this session. I thought it was a good start, and I hope you continue. Just a little clarification here. I'm not advocating that NTRC gets involved in content control. But however, considering that NTRC is the entity that recommends to the governments regarding licensing, they may be in a good position to conduct a survey as to what our carrying capacity is, especially with stuff like FM radio stations that are being licensed all over the place. So in that way, they can exert the influence and the ability to control or to regulate the number of providers in there will lead to an impact on content quality and customer satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Février. Team Digicel.
So on behalf of Digicel, we're happy to support and be a part of the panel discussion initiative. We understand the value of consumer feedback, and what is fundamental to our goals of becoming more customer-centric includes collating and onboarding that consumer feedback, like I mentioned with some of the feedback that we received tonight. Developing action plans to implement change, which personally Coletta and myself have actually worked on in the past. We also aim to strengthen our relationship with the NTRC, and together I would like us to ensure that we build a viable telecommunications industry that all stakeholders, including our consumers, could benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Digicel. A round of applause. The National Consumers Association, Dr. Lewis.
I would also like to add my voice in commending the NTRC in putting on this stellar event this evening, and look forward to several other events at the National Consumer Association. We're very happy to partner with you, collaborate with you, and any other institution, association who looks after the best interests of consumers, and take this opportunity to thank everyone here, knowing that you will become a member of the NCA very soon. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'd just like to say, I would like to commend the crowd, for the people in the audience, for being here at this hour on a Friday evening. I know that this shows that you're very interested in you as a consumer, and ensuring that you get the knowledge that you require in order to be a better consumer. I'd like to thank the NTRC for having myself and the representatives from the Consumer Affairs Department, and I hope that we are available to do this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists, and a round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Just one thing. I want the NTRC to tell our consumers why. It's a pity that Flo is not here, but from Monday, prices will be increasing by 2%, right? So our consumers need to know about it, and NTRC, what, maybe not now because it's late, but at some point can address and say, because what's the reason for the increase and whether it has been addressed or brought to the NTRC and all of that. So this is something that we have to look into. And of course, I'm putting on my consumer affairs hat here as a consumer as well. All right. But thank you for the opportunity. NTRC, this is really a great initiative, and we would welcome it anytime in the future to be able to empower, educate, and let consumers know their rights and responsibility.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for being here this evening. Thank you for taking the time to elaborate and to explain a lot of consumer issues from not just the consumer standpoint, but from the telecommunications provider or your organization standpoint. Of course, we got to know about all of the services that Digicel provides. We got to hear a perspective from the media. We got to hear from the Consumers Association as well as the Consumer Affairs Department. So at least customers or consumers know where to go, what the process is in terms of seeking redress after they have identified issues and concerns affecting them. Thank you so much to you, the audience, who turned out, who asked questions and who participated. Not forgetting our online users for, participating or logging on to be part of this meeting. And Mr. George?
Yes, I was hoping I didn't get forgotten for my final words.
No, you wouldn't. We still have one more section to go. You're not forgotten.
Yeah, I want to echo the commending the audience, especially those who are here, but also those who are online, for making the effort to participate. For the record, Flow as a provider was invited. It's unfortunate they didn't show up because it would have allowed them to respond to some of the questions that seem to be related to them. Want to echo that this is a beginning. Well, it's actually a continuation because this is not the first session we've had. But following the first session we had, we ran right into COVID and that shut everything down. So we're now looking at a resurgence of this public engagement. So we will be seeing a series of those events happening. Some quick comments based on some of what was said. Mr. Fivry mentioned in terms of looking at the capacity of the market to support a certain number of providers. But as a regulator, we push for an open market, open to entry, in fact, to remove as many barriers of entry as possible. So persons choosing to enter a market should do that based on business decisions. Do you think it would be profitable to enter a crowded market or to enter into a market that does not have many providers and so on? Consumers need to be willing to follow up and file complaints, your rights, your responsibilities. Many times consumers complain, they call the talk shows, they call the radio stations, they go on social media and so on. But as soon as they have to then get into a formal process, they get gun shy. And it's unfortunate. And the thing is, this is something that's also being echoed by some of the other NTRCs around the region, that people tend to be very, very vocal out in public, in the public square, but they tend not to want to, not to engage in the process. And sometimes it might be because they don't have the full knowledge. And that goes with our public engagement to let consumers know what are your rights, know what to do. The complaints process, as with regards to some of the comments that were made, if you have an issue with your service provider, then you engage the service provider. If that issue is not resolved to your satisfaction, then you come to the NTRC. And under our mandate, we have to respond and we have to investigate and seek some sort of redress, seek some sort of resolution to the matter, whether based on the issue. So we do have that mandate to respond to customer complaints, especially if they don't find redress with their service provider. So again, this is first in a series. You will be seeing and hearing a lot more of the NTRC. We at one point seem to have been the St. Lucia's best kept secret, or the agency that most people didn't really know. We're looking to change that. Once again, thanks for persons who took the effort to attend. We hope we will see even more engagement as we go along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. So I would just like to invite everyone here this evening to follow us on social media. Our Facebook page, again, NTRC St. Lucia, Telecommunications Regulator. And also on our Instagram platform, NTRC St. Lucia. Also, our website, which is www.ntrc.lc. No, the slew was taken out, right? Yes, so it's www.ntrc.lc. And also, feel free to email us at ntrc@ntrcslu.lc. And again, as Mr. Jerry explained, this is the first in a series of public lectures, and the aim of it is consumer education and empowerment. Learn what to do. Thank you very much.
Oliver, you're not speaking? No? Ladies and gentlemen, just before you leave, we want to invite you to partake in our
You may not know it, but telecommunications is a significant part of your everyday life. It involves a range of telecommunications issues, licenses, regulations, legislation, and expertise. Telecommunications impacts directly on the national economy. Something as simple as handheld radios used in various applications need frequency authorization. And even wireless microphones use frequencies that have to be managed. The cell phone number that you use was authorized by the NTRC through a numbering plan. So a set of numbers are assigned to each service provider and to each island. This is where the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, NTRC, comes in. The NTRC forms part of the regulatory machinery in which ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, provides policy direction and acts in the capacity of a technical repository. The NTRC is appointed by the Minister of Telecommunications. There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world. The NTRC commissioners are effectively advisors to the Minister of Telecommunications. They provide guidance on formulating national policy on telecommunications with the objective of ensuring that the telecommunications and broadcasting services are delivered efficiently and in compliance with regulations and legislation. The NTRC is also responsible for making sure that providers meet the highest possible technical standards so that your phone or internet service is reliable. It also ensures that your favorite radio station broadcasts within the stipulated frequencies. Another major responsibility of the NTRC is the regulation of prices for telecommunications services. At instances where the market is regulated, prices cannot be set by providers without the approval of the Commission. Section 44 of the Telecommunications Act establishes a fund to be known as the Universal Service Fund, or USF. The USF shall be managed by the Commission and shall be for the promotion of universal service to telecommunications and ICT networks and/or services. Universal service includes the provision of public voice telephony, internet access, telecommunications services to schools, hospitals, and similar institutions, and the disabled and physically challenged.
There is so much more the NTRC is involved with. Feel free to visit our website or to call our office for additional information. Telecommunications is an integral part of our lives, and the NTRC is the entity that protects your interest.
The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, ensuring standards in an evolving technological world.